Imagine being born into a world where your very first breath determines not just your future, but potentially the fate of entire kingdoms. This is the reality that awaited every medieval princess from the moment she entered the world until her final days. Today, we begin an incredible journey through the life of a medieval princess, exploring what it truly meant to survive and thrive in one of history's most challenging eras for women in power. The year is 1347, and in a grand castle somewhere in the heart of medieval Europe, the sound of church bells rings across the countryside. But these bells aren't celebrating a victory in battle or marking a religious festival. Instead, they announce something far more politically significant: the birth of a princess. Princess Isabella, as we'll call her, has just entered a world that will demand everything from her while giving her very little in return. Let's step into her world and discover what it really meant to be born a medieval princess. The political birth. The moment Isabella drew her first breath, she became a political asset. Unlike the fairy tales we know today, medieval princesses weren't beloved daughters first, they were investments in their kingdom's future. The celebration of her birth would be measured not by parental joy, but by strategic value. Her father, a king, would immediately begin calculating which foreign prince she might marry to secure alliances, trade agreements, or peace treaties. But Isabella's story begins even before her birth, in the anxious months when the entire kingdom waited to see if the queen would produce a male heir. Medieval pregnancy was a dangerous gamble, with maternal mortality rates reaching nearly 20% in noble families, despite having access to the best medical care available at the time. The queen would have spent months in relative isolation, surrounded by midwives, physicians, and clergy, all hoping for the safe delivery of a prince. The queen's pregnancy would have been managed with extraordinary care and superstition. Medieval medical knowledge, though limited, included detailed understanding of pregnancy management for noble women. The queen would have been prescribed specific diets, including expensive spices and herbs imported from across the known world. Saffron, believed to ease childbirth, would have been worth more than gold. Cinnamon from distant lands, pearls ground into powder for their supposed medicinal properties, and exotic fruits would have been part of her daily regimen. Her chambers would have been filled with religious relics believed to ensure safe childbirth. The girdle of the Virgin Mary, fragments of saints' bones, and blessed oils from Jerusalem would have been arranged around her bed. Prayers would have been offered continuously in the castle chapel, with monks and nuns across the kingdom instructed to include the queen's safe delivery in their daily devotions. Tension in the castle would have been palpable during those final weeks. Court physicians, the most learned men in the kingdom, would have consulted ancient texts and contemporary medical treatises. They would have examined the queen's urine for color and consistency, felt her pulse at different times of day, and studied her complexion for signs that might predict the timing of birth or the gender of the child. When Isabella's birth finally began, it would have been an event involving dozens of people. The queen's chambers would have been transformed into a carefully controlled environment. Tapestries would have been hung not just for warmth, but to create a space that could be quickly sealed if necessary. Medieval childbirth was considered a time when evil spirits might attempt to harm both mother and child, so protective measures were taken seriously. The midwives attending Isabella's birth would have been among the most experienced women in the kingdom. These weren't simple village healers, but rather specialists who had attended the births of noble children across Europe. They would have been chosen not just for their medical knowledge, but for their discretion, political reliability, and understanding of court protocol. When Isabella arrived instead of the hoped-for prince, the reaction would have been complex. Relief that the queen survived, certainly, but also the quiet disappointment that she wasn't the male heir everyone had prayed for. This disappointment would follow Isabella throughout her entire childhood, a constant reminder that she was valuable, but never quite valuable enough. The first person to hold Isabella after the midwife who delivered her would have been a woman specifically chosen for this honor. This wouldn't have been her mother, who would have been exhausted from childbirth and potentially fighting for her own life in an era when postpartum complications killed many women. Instead, Isabella would have been received by a noble lady of impeccable reputation, someone whose first touch was believed to influence the child's future character. The examination of the newborn princess would have been thorough and politically significant. The attending women would have counted her fingers and toes, examined her skin for birthmarks that might be interpreted as omens, and assessed her overall health and appearance. Any physical imperfection, no matter how minor, would have been carefully noted and discussed, as it could affect her future marriage prospects and political value. Her first cry would have been analyzed for strength and tone. Medieval people believed that a strong first cry indicated a child who would survive the dangerous early years of life, while a weak cry might suggest future health problems. The timing of her first breath, the color of her skin, and even the position in which she naturally settled would have been observed and recorded by women who understood that these details might someday be important for diplomatic negotiations. Within minutes of her birth, Isabella would have been wrapped in cloth that had been prepared months in advance. This wasn't simple swaddling, but rather an elaborate process involving multiple layers of expensive fabrics. The innermost layer would have been the finest linen, softer than anything most people would ever touch. Over this would have been placed silk imported from distant lands, followed by cloth of gold that cost more than most families earned in several years. The wrapping process itself carried deep symbolic meaning. Each layer represented a different aspect of the protection and privilege that surrounded Isabella's new life. The linen represented purity and the connection to the divine, the silk represented the international connections that her birth would create, and the gold represented the wealth and power that she would someday wield, however indirectly. The birthing chamber environment. The birthing chamber itself tells us volumes about medieval royal life. Isabella would have been born in a room that had been prepared for weeks in advance, transformed from a normal royal bedroom into a specialized medical and ceremonial space. The room would have been hung with expensive tapestries, not primarily for decoration, but for practical reasons that were literally matters of life and death. Medieval castles were notoriously cold and drafty, with stone walls that conducted heat away from interior spaces even in summer. Maintaining the health of both mother and child required constant attention to temperature control. The tapestries served as insulation, trapping warm air and creating pockets of heated space around the bed where the birth would take place. The specific tapestries chosen for Isabella's birth would have been selected for their imagery as well as their practical function. Scenes of the Virgin Mary, images of successful royal births from the past, and depictions of protective saints would have surrounded the birthing bed. These weren't simply decorative choices, they were believed to provide spiritual protection for both mother and child during the dangerous process of birth. The room would have been filled with the smoke from numerous candles and a massive fire that would have burned continuously for days before the birth. The candles weren't just for light, they were often made from expensive beeswax and infused with herbs and oils believed to have protective or medicinal properties. The smoke from these candles would have created an atmosphere thick with incense, creating a sensory environment unlike anything we might experience today. The fire itself would have been carefully tended by servants who understood that their vigilance could mean the difference between life and death for both queen and princess. Medieval medical theory emphasized the importance of maintaining proper heat balance in the body, and the birthing chamber would have been kept almost unbearably warm by modern standards. The herbs used by medieval midwives filled the air with complex scents that served both practical and spiritual purposes. Lavender for calm, rosemary for remembrance and protection, thyme for courage, and countless other plants would have been burned, scattered on the floor, or hung from the ceiling. Some of these herbs had genuine medical benefits, while others were included purely for their supposed magical properties. The bed itself would have been a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship and luxury. The frame would have been carved from expensive wood, possibly oak imported from distant forests, and decorated with gold leaf and precious gems. The mattress would have been stuffed with the finest down, collected from specific birds, and prepared according to recipes that were closely guarded secrets of the royal household. The sheets and blankets covering this magnificent bed would have represented wealth that most people couldn't even imagine. Linen so fine it felt like silk so delicate it seemed to float, and furs from exotic animals that had been hunted in distant lands. Each layer would have been chosen not just for comfort, but for the political message it sent about the kingdom's wealth and international connections. The vast IOs and political implications. Isabella's first moments of life would have been spent in the hands of women who understood that this tiny infant carried the political hopes of an entire kingdom. The midwives would have examined her carefully, not just for signs of health, but for any physical characteristics that might affect her future marriage prospects. In an era when royal marriages were diplomatic treaties made flush, a healthy, beautiful princess could command a higher bride price and more advantageous marriage terms than one with physical imperfections. The assessment of Isabella's appearance would have been conducted with scientific precision. The shape of her head, the color of her hair, the clarity of her eyes, the proportions of her limbs, all would have been carefully evaluated and recorded. These details would eventually find their way into diplomatic correspondence, as foreign courts would want detailed descriptions of potential brides for their princes. Medieval beauty standards for noble women were quite specific and differed significantly from modern preferences. Pale skin was highly prized, as it indicated that a woman didn't need to work outdoors like common people. A high forehead was considered attractive, so much so that noble women would pluck their hairlines to achieve the desired look. Small hands and feet were valued as they suggested delicacy and refinement. Isabella's hair color would have been particularly significant. Blonde hair was highly prized in medieval Europe, associated with purity and divine favor. Red hair, while sometimes admired, could also be viewed with suspicion, as it was associated with the temper and sexuality that medieval people believed came with such coloring. Dark hair was common and generally acceptable, but didn't carry the same prestige as lighter shades. Within hours of her birth, before Isabella had even been properly cleaned and dressed, messengers would have been mounting horses in the castle courtyard. These weren't ordinary servants, but rather skilled riders who understood that the speed and accuracy of their mission could have international consequences. They would have ridden out from the castle carrying carefully sealed letters that announced Isabella's arrival to courts across Europe. The letters these messengers carried would have been crafted with extraordinary diplomatic care. Each one would have been written specifically for its intended recipient, taking into account the current political relationship between Isabella's kingdom and the receiving court. A letter to a friendly neighboring kingdom would have emphasized the opportunities for future alliance through marriage, while a letter to a potential rival would have been more formal and less revealing about Isabella's specific characteristics. Kings and nobles hundreds of miles away would receive these dispatches and immediately begin considering whether this new princess might make a suitable bride for their own sons. The age difference wouldn't have mattered. It wasn't uncommon for marriage contracts to be negotiated between infants, with the actual wedding ceremony taking place years or even decades later. At less than a day old, Isabella was already the subject of international marriage negotiations. Diplomats would have begun consulting genealogical charts to determine whether a marriage between Isabella and various princes would create advantageous political connections or dangerous concentrations of power. These calculations would have taken into account not just the immediate political benefits, but the long-term implications for territorial control, trade relationships, and military alliances. The value placed on Isabella as a marriage prospect would have fluctuated based on factors completely beyond her control. If her kingdom was currently strong and wealthy, she would have been seen as a valuable prize. If her father's realm was struggling with internal conflicts or external threats, her marriage value would have decreased accordingly. These political realities would have influenced every aspect of her upbringing, from the languages she learned to the cultural accomplishments she was encouraged to develop. The christening ceremony. Isabella's christening, which would take place within days of her birth, represented far more than a religious ceremony. This would be her first public appearance, and the guest list would read like a who's who of medieval European nobility. Each attendee represented a potential future alliance, and the gifts they brought would serve as early indicators of how valuable their kingdoms considered this new princess to be. The preparation for Isabella's christening would have begun almost immediately after her birth was confirmed to be successful. The castle's chaplain would have consulted with church authorities to ensure that the ceremony followed proper protocols for royal christenings. This wasn't simply a matter of religious correctness. It was crucial that Isabella's baptism be conducted in a way that no foreign court could later question its validity. The ceremony itself would have been elaborate beyond modern imagination. Isabella would have been dressed in robes that represented the pinnacle of medieval textile arts. The gown would have been made from silk so fine that it seemed to glow in candlelight, embroidered with gold thread in patterns that told stories of royal lineage and divine favor. The stitching alone would have taken skilled seamstresses weeks to complete, with every thread placed according to designs that had been used for royal christenings for generations. The jewelry adorning Isabella's tiny form would have been worth more than most people earned in a lifetime. Tiny rings set with precious stones, a miniature crown crafted specifically for the ceremony, and necklaces made from pearls and gems that had been collected from across the known world. Each piece would have carried not just monetary value, but symbolic significance that communicated messages about her family's power and international connections. She would have been carried on a cushion that was itself a work of art. The fabric would have been cloth of gold, woven with threads that literally contained gold metal. The cushion would have been embroidered with scenes from religious stories, family heraldry, and symbols of royal authority. 4 noble ladies would have carried the corners of this cushion, each chosen for their family connections and political importance. The procession to the church would have been carefully choreographed to display the kingdom's wealth and power. Isabella would have been preceded by musicians playing instruments imported from across Europe, followed by noble ladies carrying relics and religious symbols, and surrounded by knights in their finest armor. The route would have been lined with subjects who had been brought in from across the kingdom to witness this historic moment. The church itself would have been transformed for the occasion. Additional tapestries would have been hung, depicting scenes of royal baptisms from history and images of saints who were particularly associated with protecting children. Hundreds of candles would have filled the space with flickering light, while incense burned continuously to create an atmosphere of religious solemnity. But perhaps the most significant moment of Isabella's christening would have been the selection of her godparents. These were honorary titles given to favorite relatives or friends. In medieval political culture, godparenthood created legal and spiritual bonds that were considered as important as blood relationships. Isabella's godparents would have responsibilities that would last throughout her lifetime, and her selection would have been the result of careful diplomatic calculation. Her godfather might have been a neighboring king, cementing a friendship between their kingdoms that would influence trade, military alliances, and diplomatic relationships for decades to come. The selection of such a prominent godfather would have sent clear messages to other courts about Isabella's political importance and the strength of her family's international connections. Her godmother could have been a powerful duchess whose support would prove crucial in future conflicts, or perhaps a foreign queen whose friendship would open doors to marriage alliances with her sons. These women weren't simply honored guests, they were entering into binding commitments that would require them to support Isabella's interests throughout her life. The actual baptismal ceremony would have followed ancient Christian traditions that had been adapted specifically for royal children. The water used for Isabella's baptism would have been specially blessed, possibly mixed with water from the River Jordan or other holy sites. The oil used for anointing would have been consecrated by high church authorities, potentially even blessed by the Pope himself. As the ceremony concluded, Isabella would have been presented to the assembled nobles as a new member of the Christian community and the royal family. This presentation wasn't simply religious theater, it was a political act that formally recognized Isabella's place in the succession and established her right to the privileges and responsibilities of royal blood. The gifts presented to Isabella during and after her christening would have been carefully catalogued and preserved. These weren't simply baby presents. They were diplomatic gestures that communicated important political messages. Expensive gifts indicated respect for Isabella's family and optimism about future relationships. More modest gifts might suggest political distance or economic constraints in a given kingdom. The royal nursery world. As the christening celebrations concluded, Isabella would return to the royal nursery, a world within a world that would be her entire universe for the next several years. Medieval royal children lived in carefully controlled environments, isolated from the general population and even from their own parents for much of the time. This isolation wasn't neglect, it was protection, both physical and political. The nursery would have been located in a most secure part of the castle, often in towers that could be easily defended and that provided clear views of approaching threats. The rooms would have been carefully chosen for their defensive capabilities as well as their comfort, with thick walls that could withstand siege and narrow windows that could be quickly blocked if necessary. The nursery suite would have consisted of multiple rooms, each serving a specific function in Isabella's care and development. The sleeping chamber would have been dominated by a crypt that was itself a work of art, carved from precious wood and decorated with gold leaf and precious stones. The craftsmanship would have been extraordinary, with every surface covered in symbols of protection and royal authority. The feeding room would have been equipped with everything necessary for Isabella's nutritional needs, including special furniture designed specifically for infant care. Medieval royal infants received nutrition that was carefully planned and monitored, with specific foods chosen for the supposed benefits to growing children of noble blood. A play area would have been created where Isabella could begin to develop physically and mentally in a completely controlled environment. The toys available to her would have been unlike anything available to common children. crafted from expensive materials and designed to introduce concepts that would be important in her future royal role. The staff managing Isabella's nursery would have been chosen with extraordinary care. These weren't simply servants hired to provide basic childcare. They were specialists who understood that their work had political implications that extended far beyond the nursery walls. The wet nurse, who would essentially serve as Isabella's primary caregiver for the first 2 years of her life, would have been selected through a process that was almost like diplomatic negotiation. Her health would have been thoroughly examined by court physicians, her family background investigated for any signs of political unreliability, and her moral character evaluated by church authorities. Medieval medical understanding included surprisingly sophisticated knowledge about the importance of wet nurse selection. The belief was that a child would absorb not just nutrition, but character traits and even political loyalties through breast milk. This meant that Isabella's wet nurse needed to be not just physically healthy, but morally pure and politically loyal. The woman chosen for this crucial role would have been removed from her own family and established in the royal nursery with her own servants and accommodations. She would have been provided with the finest foods and medical care available, as her health directly impacted Isabella's well-being. Her diet would have been carefully regulated, with specific foods encouraged or forbidden based on medieval understanding of how nutrition passed from nurse to child. Supporting the wet nurse would have been a carefully chosen team of nursemaids, each selected for specific skills and qualities. Some would have specialized in managing Isabella's clothing and personal hygiene, others in overseeing her physical development and early play. Each would have been sworn to secrecy about everything they observed in the nursery, as information about a royal child's development could have political value to foreign courts. The security arrangements for the nursery would have been elaborate and constantly maintained. Guards would have been posted at every entrance, with multiple layers of security ensuring that no unauthorized person could approach Isabella. These weren't ordinary castle guards, but rather elite soldiers whose loyalty had been tested and whose families were essentially held as hostages to ensure their continued reliability. Medieval infant care and medical knowledge. Medieval medical knowledge, though limited by modern standards, included surprisingly sophisticated understanding of infant care, particularly for children of noble blood. Isabella's health would have been constantly monitored by court physicians who understood that her well-being had implications that extended far beyond her personal survival. The physicians attending Isabella would have been among the most educated men in the kingdom, trained in universities across Europe and familiar with medical texts that dated back to ancient Greece and Rome. They would have combined this classical learning with more recent developments in medical understanding, creating a body of knowledge that, while often incorrect by modern standards, represented the cutting edge of medieval healthcare. Isabella's diet would have been carefully regulated according to medieval medical theory. The belief system of the time emphasized the importance of maintaining proper balance among the body's four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Different foods were believed to promote different humoral bounces, and Isabella's meals would have been planned to ensure that she developed the ideal temperament for a royal child. Even as an infant, Isabella would have been given foods that were considered appropriate for someone of her social status. Honey, imported spices, and exotic fruits would have been incorporated into her diet as soon as she was old enough to consume them. These weren't just luxuries. They were believed to have specific medicinal properties that would promote health and proper development. Her sleep patterns would have been carefully monitored and recorded. Medieval medical theory included a detailed understanding of the importance of proper rest for growing children, and Isabella's sleep environment would have been managed according to the best medical knowledge of the time. Temperature, lighting, and even the positioning of her body during sleep would have been controlled according to medical recommendations. The physicians would have tracked Isabella's physical development with scientific precision, measuring her growth, monitoring the development of her teeth, and observing her motor skills as they emerged. Any deviation from expected patterns would have triggered immediate concern and potentially consultation with medical experts from other kingdoms. Medieval medical care for royal infants also included preventive measures that were quite sophisticated for the time. Isabella would have been given various substances believed to protect against disease, strengthen her constitution, and promote proper development. Some of these treatments had genuine medical benefits, while others were purely superstitious, but all were administered with the understanding that her health was a matter of international political importance. The medical care Isabella received would have extended beyond purely physical concerns. Medieval physicians understood that mental and emotional development were also important for future rulers, and her care would have included attention to these aspects of her growth as well. Early development and recognition of status. As Isabella grew from infant to toddler, her daily routine would have become increasingly structured. Medieval nobility believed strongly in the importance of establishing proper habits from the earliest possible age, and Isabella's schedule would have reflected this philosophy. Her days would have been divided between feeding, sleep, prayer, and carefully supervised play, each activity designed to reinforce the lessons she would need to learn as a future queen or duchess. The transition from purely infant care to early childhood development would have been gradual but deliberate. As Isabella became capable of more complex activities, her caregivers would have introduced experiences designed to prepare her for her future role. This wasn't simply education in the modern sense, it was a comprehensive program of character and skill development. By her second birthday, Isabella would have begun to demonstrate the personality traits and preferences that would influence the rest of her life. Medieval people believed that character was largely fixed in early childhood, so careful attention would have been paid to encouraging traits that would serve her well as an adult while discouraging those that might create problems later. The toys and games available to Isabella would have differed significantly from those enjoyed by common children. Instead of simple wooden dolls, she would have played with miniature representations of court life. Tiny knights and ladies engaged in the same political dramas that would dominate her adult years, miniature castles complete with defensive walls and siege equipment, and elaborate dollhouses that recreated the environment she would someday manage as an adult. These weren't just playthings, they were educational tools designed to help her understand the complex relationships that governed medieval aristocratic society. Through play, Isabella would begin to learn about concepts like loyalty, betrayal, alliance, and conflict that would be crucial to her survival as an adult. Music would have been introduced into Isabella's life almost from birth. Medieval noble families considered musical ability essential for proper courtly behavior, and Isabella would have been exposed to skilled musicians performing the latest compositions from across Europe. This wasn't simply entertainment, it was cultural education, helping her develop the sophisticated taste that would be expected of her as an adult. The musicians in Isabella's nursery would have been carefully chosen for their skill and their understanding of courtly culture. They would have performed not just for Isabella's enjoyment, but to introduce her to the musical traditions that she would be expected to understand and appreciate. These early musical experiences would form the foundation for more formal training that would begin in just a few years. As Isabella approached her third birthday, changes would have begun appearing in her daily routine that reflected her growing status as a political entity rather than simply a child. Her clothing would have become more elaborate, with tiny gowns that mirrored adult court fashion. These weren't practical garments designed for the active play of a young child, they were statements of power and wealth, designed to reinforce her position in the social hierarchy. The selection of Isabella's clothing would have been a matter of considerable political importance. The colors she wore, the fabrics chosen, even the style of her tiny shoes would have communicated messages to anyone who saw her. Wearing cloth of gold demonstrated her family's wealth, while choosing colors associated with particular saints or royal houses sent diplomatic signals to observant courtiers. Language development would have been another area of intense focus during Isabella's early years. Unlike common children who grew up speaking the local dialect of their region, Isabella would have been exposed to multiple languages from infancy. This multilingual education was simply cultural enrichment, it was political necessity. Latin, the language of the church and international diplomacy, would have been introduced through daily prayers and religious instruction. Even as a very young child, Isabella would have been expected to participate in religious services conducted in Latin, gradually absorbing the language through repetition and immersion. French, the language of courtly culture throughout medieval Europe, would have been spoken by many of her caregivers and would have been used for many of her daily activities. French was considered the language of sophistication and refinement, and fluency in French would be essential for Isabella's acceptance in aristocratic circles throughout Europe. The process of language acquisition for a medieval princess involved much more than simple communication. Each language carried with it cultural expectations and behavioral norms that Isabella would need to master. Speaking Latin properly meant understanding religious protocol and the formal procedures of church ceremony. French fluency was essential for participating in the sophisticated court culture that dominated aristocratic society. Her native tongue would have been taught in its most refined and aristocratic form, quite different from the language spoken by common people. The vocabulary, pronunciation, and even grammatical structures used by nobility differed significantly from common speech, and Isabella would have been trained to speak in a way that immediately identified her social status to anyone who heard her. Understanding her unique position, by her 3rd birthday, Isabella would have begun to understand that she was different from other children, though she wouldn't yet fully comprehend the implications of this difference. This realization wouldn't have come through explicit instruction, but rather through the constant deference shown to her by adults, the elaborate ceremonies that marked her daily routine, and the careful attention paid to her every word and action. The concept of divine right, the belief that royal authority came directly from God, would have been introduced to Isabella through daily religious instruction. She would have learned that her position wasn't simply the result of fortunate birth, but rather a sacred responsibility that carried both privileges and obligations. This understanding would have been reinforced through constant exposure to religious imagery and ceremony, creating a worldview in which her political role was inseparable from her spiritual identity. Isabella's religious education would have been comprehensive and intensive, involving much more than simple prayer and church attendance. She would have been taught the stories of saints who had served as examples of royal virtue, the history of Christian kingdoms and their relationship with divine authority, and the specific prayers and rituals that were considered appropriate for someone of her status. The chapel where Isabella attended daily services would have been decorated with images that reinforced these lessons. Paintings and tapestries depicting holy kings and queens, religious scenes that emphasized the divine nature of royal authority, and representations of saints who had served as protectors of royal families would have surrounded her during her religious instruction. As Isabella's 4th birthday approached, preparations would have begun for the next phase of her education. The relatively protected environment of the nursery would soon give way to a more formal educational program, one designed to prepare her for the complex political role she would be expected to fill as an adult. The transition from nursery to formal education represented a crucial moment in any medieval princess's development. It marked the end of the period when she could be considered simply a child, and the beginning of her training as a political entity. From this point forward, every aspect of Isabella's education would be designed to prepare her for marriage, motherhood, and the exercise of whatever limited political power medieval society would allow her to wield. The decision about when to begin Isabella's formal education would have been made carefully, taking into account not just her age and development, but also the current political situation. If marriage negotiations were already underway, her education might be accelerated to prepare her for an earlier wedding. If political circumstances suggested that she might remain in her father's court for several more years, her education could proceed at a more measured pace. Her teachers would have been selected with extraordinary care. These wouldn't be simple tutors hired to provide basic education, but rather scholars and nobles chosen for their ability to prepare Isabella for the specific challenges she would face as an adult. They would need to understand not just academic subjects, but the complex web of political relationships that governed medieval aristocratic society. The curriculum that awaited Isabella would have been comprehensive but highly specialized. Unlike modern education, which attempts to provide broad knowledge across many subjects, her schooling would focus intensively on the specific skills and knowledge she would need as a noble wife and potential ruler. Conclusion of early childhood. As we conclude this first part of Isabella's story, she stands at the threshold of childhood, a 4-year-old princess who has already been shaped by the political realities of medieval life. She has learned that she is valuable, but only as a means to an end. She has been educated, but only in subjects deemed appropriate for her gender and social status. She has been loved, but always with the understanding that her personal happiness must be subordinated to political necessity. The foundation has been laid for the remarkable journey that lies ahead of her. Isabella has absorbed lessons about power, responsibility, and survival that most children never encounter. She has been introduced to the complex world of international politics through her daily experiences, even if she doesn't yet understand the full implications of what she has learned. Her physical health has been carefully maintained and monitored, ensuring that she will have the strength necessary for the challenges ahead. Her mind has been stimulated and trained to think in the complex, multi-layered ways that will be essential for navigating court politics. Her character has been shaped by experiences designed to produce the kind of woman who can thrive in the dangerous world of medieval aristocracy. The skills she has begun to develop, linguistic ability, cultural sophistication, religious knowledge, and political awareness, will serve as the foundation for everything she accomplishes in her adult life. The relationship she has formed with her caregivers and the broader core community will influence her understanding of loyalty, trust, and power throughout her life. Perhaps most importantly, Isabella has learned a fundamental lesson that will govern her entire existence, that she is simultaneously powerful and powerless, valuable and expendable, protected and vulnerable. This paradox will define every choice she makes and every relationship she forms as she moves forward into the more formal phases of her education and eventually into her adult role. The journey ahead of her will test every lesson she has learned in these early years. She will need to master skills that medieval society considered essential for noble women, while also developing the intelligence and strength necessary to survive in a world that offered few protections for even the most privileged females. In our next part, we will follow Isabella as she begins her formal education, learning the languages, arts, and political skills that will determine whether she thrives or merely survives in the dangerous world of medieval court politics. We will see how a young princess was transformed from a protected child into a sophisticated political player, ready to take her place in the complex chess game of medieval European diplomacy. The story of Isabella's early childhood reminds us that even in positions of apparent privilege, medieval women faced challenges that would be difficult to imagine in our modern world. Their survival would depend not on fairy tale magic, but on intelligence, adaptability, and an understanding of power that few people, regardless of gender, ever fully master. From her first breath as a political asset to her 4th birthday as a young lady in training, Isabella's early years have prepared her for a life that will demand everything from her while offering limited rewards. The foundation has been set, now we must see how she will build upon it to create a life of meaning and influence in a world designed to limit both. The morning of Isabella's 5th birthday marked more than just another year of life. It signaled the beginning of her transformation from a protected child into a carefully crafted political instrument. The nursery that had sheltered her for years would now give way to schoolrooms, practice halls, and formal chambers where she would learn the complex arts of survival in medieval aristocratic society. This transition wasn't gradual or gentle. Medieval education for noble children began with the understanding that childhood was a luxury that ended abruptly, replaced by intensive preparation for adult responsibilities that could arrive without warning. For Isabella, this meant that her carefree days of simple play and basic learning were over, replaced by a rigorous educational program designed to mold her into the perfect medieval princess. Let us follow Isabella as she enters this crucial phase of her development, learning the skills that would determine not just her success, but her very survival in the dangerous world of medieval court politics. The educational philosophy of medieval nobility. The educational approach that would govern Isabella's next several years was based on medieval aristocratic beliefs about the nature of knowledge, power, and gender roles. Unlike modern education, which aims to develop critical thinking and individual creativity, Isabella's schooling would focus on conformity, obedience, and the mastery of specific skills deemed appropriate for her gender and social status. Medieval educators believed that noble children were born with inherent superiority that needed to be refined and directed rather than developed from scratch. Isabella wasn't expected to discover her own interests or talents. Instead, she would be trained to excel in areas that medieval society considered essential for aristocratic women. The curriculum designed for Isabella reflected the medieval understanding of what a princess needed to know. This wasn't broad academic education, but rather specialized training in the arts of being an aristocratic wife, mother, and occasional political player. Every subject she studied, every skill she developed, would be evaluated based on how well it prepared her for her ultimate destiny, marriage into another royal house. Her teachers understood that they weren't simply educating a child, they were crafting a diplomatic tool. Isabella's knowledge of languages would facilitate international negotiations, her musical abilities would demonstrate her family's cultural sophistication, her religious education would prove her moral worthiness, and her understanding of court etiquette would ensure that she could navigate the treacherous waters of aristocratic society. The pace of Isabella's education would be intense and unforgiving. Medieval people believed that noble children were capable of absorbing far more knowledge and responsibility than modern educational theory would consider appropriate. Isabella would be expected to master complex subjects quickly and thoroughly, with little tolerance for the normal struggles and setbacks that accompany learning. The educational environment itself would be carefully constructed to reinforce the lessons Isabella needed to learn. Her schoolroom would be located in a part of the castle that demonstrated both security and privilege, with windows that provided natural light for reading but were positioned high enough to prevent distraction from outside activities. The furniture would be of the highest quality, with carved wooden desks and chairs that communicated the importance of learning while providing the comfort necessary for long hours of study. The daily schedule that governed Isabella's education would be precisely structured, with every hour accounted for and every activity designed to serve multiple educational purposes. Morning hours would be devoted to the most challenging intellectual work, when her mind was fresh and alert. Afternoons would focus on physical accomplishments like music and dance, when mental fatigue might make purely academic work less effective. Language mastery as political necessity. Isabella's linguistic education represented perhaps the most crucial element of her training. In medieval Europe, language skills weren't just academic accomplishments, they were survival tools that could determine the success or failure of diplomatic missions, marriage negotiations, and political alliances. Her Latin instruction would intensify dramatically during these years. No longer would she simply listen to Latin prayers and religious services. Now she would be expected to read, write, and speak Latin fluently. Her tutor for this crucial subject would be a scholar who had studied at one of Europe's great universities, a man who understood that Isabella's Latin skills would be evaluated by church authorities and foreign diplomats throughout her life. The Latin curriculum would begin with religious texts, since these provided the foundation for much of medieval intellectual culture. Isabella would memorize extensive passages from the Bible, learning not just the words but their theological implications and political applications. She would study the writings of church fathers like Saint Augustine and Saint Jerome, understanding how their teachings had shaped medieval Christian thought and political theory. But Isabella's Latin education would extend far beyond religious material. She would learn to read the diplomatic correspondence that formed the backbone of international relations, understanding the formal language used for treaties, marriage contracts, and political agreements. The complex terminology of medieval legal documents would become as familiar to her as everyday conversation, preparing her for the day when she might need to understand the intricate details of her own marriage contract. She would study historical chronicles written in Latin, learning about the great events and personalities that had shaped the medieval world. The works of historians like Geoffrey of Monmouth and Matthew Paris would introduce her to the complex political relationships that connected medieval kingdoms, while also providing examples of how history could be written to support particular political positions. Latin poetry would receive significant attention in Isabella's education, not simply for its aesthetic value but for its political utility. The ability to quote classical poets like Virgil or Ovid in appropriate contexts was considered essential for sophisticated political discourse, while understanding the subtle references and allusions in medieval Latin poetry could provide crucial insights into the thinking of educated political leaders. The practical aspects of Latin composition would be emphasized throughout Isabella's education. She would practice writing different types of documents, from formal diplomatic letters to personal correspondence, developing the flexibility necessary for effective communication in various political contexts. Her tutors would correct not just her grammar and vocabulary, but also the subtle aspects of tone and style that could influence how her messages were received. Her French education would be equally intensive, but focused on different skills. French was the language of courtly culture, romance, and sophisticated social interaction. Isabella would need to speak French with perfect pronunciation and elegant vocabulary if she hoped to be accepted in the highest circles of European aristocracy. French instruction would include extensive exposure to courtly literature. Isabella would learn the great romantic epics that defined medieval aristocratic culture, stories of knights and ladies, love and betrayal, honor and adventure. The Chansons digest would introduce her to the heroic ideals that medieval nobility claimed to embody, while romances like those of Christian de Troyes would teach her about the complex relationships between love and political duty. She would practice French conversation daily with tutors who had lived at courts throughout Europe. These sessions would cover everything from formal diplomatic language to intimate personal conversation. Isabella would learn to flirt appropriately in French, to conduct serious political discussions, to participate in the elaborate verbal games that aristocratic society used to display wit and intelligence. The subtleties of French court culture would receive careful attention in Isabella's education. She would learn about the complex hierarchies of address that governed aristocratic conversation, understanding when to use formal titles and when more intimate forms of address were appropriate. The ability to navigate these linguistic complexities could mean the difference between social acceptance and political disaster. Her native language instruction would focus on the most refined and aristocratic forms of speech. Isabella would learn to speak in a way that immediately identified her social status to anyone who heard her. This meant mastering not just vocabulary and grammar, but subtle aspects of pronunciation, rhythm, and intonation that distinguish noble speech from common language. The process of language learning would be reinforced through constant practice and correction. Isabella's tutors would listen to every word she spoke, correcting mistakes immediately and requiring her to repeat phrases until she achieved perfect pronunciation. This intensive approach would continue throughout her educational years, ensuring that her linguistic skills remained sharp and current. Regional dialects and their political implications would also be part of Isabella's linguistic education. She would learn to recognize the subtle differences in speech that could reveal a person's origins, social status, and potential political loyalties. This knowledge would prove invaluable during diplomatic negotiations, when understanding the background of negotiating partners could provide crucial strategic advantages. Religious education as foundation of authority. Isabella's religious instruction during these crucial years would extend far beyond the basic Christian education she had received as a small child. Now she would be expected to understand complex theological concepts, church history, and the intricate relationships between religious authority and political power. Her primary religious instructor would be a high-ranking church official, possibly a bishop or abbot who understood the political implications of religious education for a future queen. This wasn't simply spiritual guidance, it was training in how to use religious authority to support political objectives. The selection of this tutor would involve careful consideration of his theological knowledge, political reliability, and ability to prepare Isabella for the complex religious challenges she would face as an adult. Isabella would memorize extensive portions of religious text, but she would also learn to interpret these materials in ways that supported royal authority. Medieval political theory was deeply intertwined with religious belief, and Isabella would need to understand how to present political decisions as expressions of divine will. The study of church history would introduce Isabella to the complex relationships between secular and religious authorities that had shaped medieval Europe. She would learn about the great conflicts between kings and popes, understanding how skillful rulers had managed to maintain their authority while respecting church power. The investiture controversy, the conflicts between Henry Roman II and Thomas Becket, and other major church-state disputes would provide case studies in the delicate balance between temporal and spiritual authority. She would study queens who had successfully used religious devotion to build political support and protect their interests. The examples of holy queens like Saint Margaret of Scotland and Saint Elizabeth of Hungary would show her how piety could be converted into practical political power, while the cautionary tales of queens who had challenged church authority would demonstrate the dangers of religious conflict. Saints' lives would provide Isabella with models for appropriate female behavior in positions of power. She would learn about holy women who had wielded influence through religious authority, understanding how spiritual leadership could compensate for the formal political limitations placed on medieval women. The stories of abbesses who had governed vast territories, holy women who had advised kings, and female saints who had influenced major political decisions would show her the possibilities available to religiously motivated women. Isabella's religious education would also include practical training in church ceremony and protocol. She would learn the proper behavior for every type of religious service, understanding how to present herself as a devout Christian ruler. This training would include everything from the correct way to receive communion to the appropriate responses during different parts of the liturgy. The political dimensions of religious education would be constantly emphasized. Isabella would learn about the importance of religious imagery and ceremony for maintaining popular support. She would understand how religious festivals and celebrations could be used to demonstrate royal authority and build loyalty among subjects, while also learning about the potential dangers of appearing either too pious or insufficiently devout. Theological education would introduce Isabella to the complex doctrinal debates that shaped medieval Christianity. She would need to understand different schools of theological thought, not because she was expected to contribute to these debates, but because knowledge of theological positions could provide insight into the political motivations of church leaders and rival rulers. The study of canon law would prepare Isabella for the legal challenges she might face as a ruler. Understanding church law was essential for anyone who hoped to navigate the complex jurisdictional disputes that frequently arose between secular and religious authorities. Isabella would learn about marriage law, inheritance rights, and the various circumstances under which church courts might claim jurisdiction over secular matters. Cultural accomplishments and courtly arts. The cultural education that Isabella received during these years would be designed to demonstrate her family's sophistication and prepare her for life in the most refined courts of Europe. These accomplishments weren't optional extras. They were essential skills that would be carefully evaluated by potential marriage partners and their families. Musical instruction would consume hours of Isabella's daily schedule. She would learn to play multiple instruments, beginning with a harp, which was considered the most appropriate instrument for aristocratic women. The harp required delicate fingerwork and graceful posture, qualities that medieval society prized in noble ladies. Her harp instruction would include both technical skill and musical interpretation. Isabella would learn to play the complex compositions that were popular at courts throughout Europe, but she would also learn to improvise and create her own musical variations. This ability to demonstrate creativity within established forms was highly valued in aristocratic circles, showing both technical mastery and intellectual sophistication. Beyond the harp, Isabella would learn other instruments deemed appropriate for her status. The lute, with its intimate sound and complex fingering techniques, would allow her to provide musical entertainment in smaller, more private settings. She might also learn simple percussion instruments that could be used during dancing and other courtly celebrations, understanding how music could enhance the political impact of ceremonial events. The psaltery, a stringed instrument played with small hammers or plectrums, would provide another avenue for Isabella's musical development. This instrument was particularly associated with religious music, making it appropriate for a princess who would be expected to demonstrate both cultural sophistication and spiritual devotion. The challenging technique required for psaltery performance would also serve as evidence of Isabella's dedication to mastering difficult accomplishments. Singing would be another crucial component of Isabella's musical education. She would learn both religious music, suitable for church services and private devotions, and secular songs appropriate for courtly entertainment. Her voice would be trained to project properly in large halls while maintaining the delicate, refined tone that aristocratic audiences preferred. The repertoire Isabella mastered would include songs in all the languages she was learning. French chansons would demonstrate her sophistication and cultural knowledge, Latin hymns would display her religious devotion, and songs in her native language would show her connection to her homeland. This multilingual musical ability would prove invaluable during diplomatic visits and marriage negotiations, providing a universal language for cultural communication. Dancing instruction would be equally intensive and politically important. Medieval court dances weren't simply entertainment. They were elaborate social rituals that reinforced political hierarchies and provided opportunities for diplomatic communication. Isabella would need to master dozens of different dances, each appropriate for specific occasions and social contexts. The technical aspects of medieval court dancing were extremely complex. Isabella would learn intricate footwork, graceful arm movements, and the subtle body language that accompanied each dance. She would practice for hours daily, developing the stamina and precision necessary for the lengthy dance sessions that were central to court entertainment. But the social aspects of dance instruction would be equally important. Isabella would learn how to use dance as a form of communication, conveying political messages through her choice of partners, her level of enthusiasm, and her interaction with other dancers. She would understand how dance could be used to build alliances, send diplomatic signals, and demonstrate her family's power and prestige. Embroidery and needlework would represent another crucial area of Isabella's cultural education. These skills were considered essential for aristocratic women, serving both practical and symbolic functions. Isabella would learn to create the elaborate tapestries, clothing, and household furnishings that demonstrated aristocratic wealth and taste. The complexity of medieval embroidery required years of training to master. Isabella would begin with simple stitches and basic patterns, gradually progressing to the intricate designs that adorn the most expensive textiles. She would learn to work with gold and silver threads, precious stones, and exotic materials imported from across the known world. But embroidery was more than just decoration, it was a form of visual communication. Isabella would learn to create designs that told stories, conveyed political messages, and demonstrated cultural knowledge. Religious scenes would show her piety, heraldic designs would reinforce family connections, and classical or romantic themes would display her education and sophistication. The production of illuminated manuscripts would provide another outlet for Isabella's artistic development. She would learn the complex techniques used to create the decorated books that were among the most prized possessions of medieval aristocratic families. This would include both the artistic skills needed for illustration and the technical knowledge required for preparing parchment, mixing pigments, and applying gold leaf. Intellectual development and academic status. While Isabella's formal academic education would be limited compared to that of her male counterparts, she would still receive instruction in subjects considered appropriate for a learned princess. This education would be designed to make her a competent conversation partner for educated men while ensuring that she didn't develop interests or knowledge that might threaten male authority. History would be a central component of Isabella's academic curriculum, but it would be taught with specific political objectives. She would learn about the great rulers of the past, focusing particularly on successful queens and the strategies they had used to exercise power within the constraints of medieval society. This historical knowledge would provide her with models and precedents for her own future actions. The history curriculum would include detailed study of her own family's lineage and achievements. Isabella would memorize the genealogies that connected her to great rulers of the past, understanding how these connections could be used to support political claims and enhance her marriage value. She would learn about the territories, titles, and rights that might someday be hers to inherit or pass on to her children. Chronicles and historical accounts would be analyzed not just for their factual content, but for their political implications. Isabella would learn to recognize bias in historical writing, understanding how different authors had shaped their accounts to support particular political positions. This skill would prove invaluable when she needed to evaluate the reliability of information received during diplomatic negotiations. The study of genealogy would extend beyond Isabella's immediate family to include the complex relationships that connected all of medieval Europe's ruling houses. She would learn to trace the bloodlines that linked different kingdoms, understanding how marriage alliances had created networks of obligation and mutual support that influenced political relationships across generations. Geography would be taught with emphasis on political and economic relationships between different regions. Isabella would learn about the kingdoms, duchies, and other territories that made up medieval Europe, understanding the complex networks of alliance and rivalry that connected these political entities. This knowledge would be essential for understanding marriage negotiations and diplomatic relationships. The geography curriculum would include detailed study of trade routes, strategic locations, and natural resources that influence political power. Isabella would learn about the importance of controlling river crossings, mountain passes, and coastal ports, understanding how geographical advantages could be converted into political influence. Map reading and interpretation would be practical skills that Isabella would need to master. Medieval maps were often inaccurate by modern standards, but they provided valuable information about political relationships and territorial claims. Understanding how to read these maps and recognizing their limitations would be essential for anyone involved in territorial negotiations. The study of law would introduce Isabella to the complex legal frameworks that governed medieval society. She would learn about the rights and obligations of different social classes, the procedures for resolving disputes, and the legal foundations of royal authority. This knowledge would be crucial if she ever found herself in a position where she needed to govern territories or protect her interests through legal means. Canon law, the legal system of the medieval church, would receive particular attention in Isabella's legal education. Understanding church law was essential for anyone who hoped to navigate the complex jurisdictional disputes that frequently arose between secular and religious authorities. Isabella would learn about marriage law, inheritance rights, and the various circumstances under which church courts might claim jurisdiction over secular matters. Secular law would also be part of Isabella's legal education, though this instruction would be more limited. She would learn about the basic principles of feudal law, understanding the rights and obligations that governed relationships between lords and vassals. This knowledge would be important for managing any territory she might inherit or govern as a married woman. Mathematics and accounting would be taught to the extent necessary for managing household finances and understanding the economic implications of political decisions. Isabella would learn to calculate the costs of maintaining a court, understand the revenue streams that supported royal power, and evaluate the financial implications of different political choices. The mathematical curriculum would include practical skills like currency conversion, since medieval Europe included numerous different monetary systems. Isabella would learn to calculate exchange rates, understand the relative values of different coins, and recognize the financial implications of trade relationships between different kingdoms. Basic geometry would be included in Isabella's mathematical education, partly because it was part of the traditional academic curriculum, but also because it had practical applications for understanding military, engineering, architectural projects, and territorial measurements. This knowledge would be useful if Isabella ever found herself involved in construction projects or territorial disputes. Physical training and health maintenance. Medieval educational philosophy recognized that physical health and strength were essential for survival in aristocratic society, even for women. Isabella's physical training would be designed to maintain her health, develop her stamina, and prepare her for the physical demands of royal life. Riding instruction would be a crucial component of Isabella's physical education. Medieval aristocratic life required extensive travel, and the ability to ride skillfully was essential for both practical transportation and political presentation. Isabella would learn to ride not just competently, but with the grace and elegance expected of a princess. Her riding education would begin with basic horsemanship skills, learning to control her mount, maintain proper posture, and ride safely over different types of terrain. But the instruction would quickly progress to more sophisticated skills, including the ability to ride while wearing elaborate court dress, participate in ceremonial processions, and manage her horse during the chaos and excitement of court celebrations. The horses selected for Isabella's training would be carefully chosen for their temperament, beauty, and political symbolism. She would learn to ride animals that reflected her family's wealth and status, understanding how the quality of her mount communicated messages about her importance and desirability as a marriage partner. The breeding and training of these horses would represent a significant investment in Isabella's political future. Beyond basic transportation, Isabella's riding skills would be developed for hunting, one of the primary recreational activities of medieval aristocracy. She would learn to participate in the elaborate hunting expeditions that were central to court social life, understanding how these events served as opportunities for political networking and alliance building. Hunting skills would include not just riding ability, but also knowledge of different types of game hunting techniques and the complex social protocols that governed these expeditions. Isabella would learn about falconry, understanding how to handle and train the magnificent birds of prey that were symbols of aristocratic power and sophistication. Dance training would provide another form of physical conditioning, developing Isabella's stamina, coordination, and grace. The hours of daily practice required to master court dances would strengthen her muscles, improve her posture, and develop the physical presence necessary for commanding attention in formal court settings. The physical demands of medieval court dances were considerable. These weren't simple social dances, but rather elaborate performances that could continue for hours, involving complex footwork, dramatic gestures, and precise timing. Isabella would need to develop the cardiovascular fitness necessary to participate in these events without showing fatigue or distress. Isabella would also receive instruction in other physical skills deemed appropriate for aristocratic women. She might learn basic self-defense techniques, understanding how to protect herself in dangerous situations without appearing unladylike. This training would be conducted discreetly, since the ability to defend oneself could be seen as unfeminine or threatening to male authority. Posture and movement training would be a constant focus throughout Isabella's physical education. She would learn to walk, sit, and stand in ways that communicated authority and grace, understanding how physical bearing could influence political relationships. Every gesture would be analyzed and refined, ensuring that Isabella's physical presence supported her political objectives. Health maintenance would be another crucial aspect of Isabella's physical training. She would learn about medieval medical theory and practice, understanding how to maintain her own health and recognize signs of illness in others. This knowledge would be essential for survival in an era when medical knowledge was limited and many diseases were poorly understood. Early political education and court awareness. Perhaps the most crucial aspect of Isabella's education during these years would be her introduction to the complex world of court politics. This wouldn't be formal instruction in political theory, but rather practical training in the arts of survival and success in aristocratic society. Isabella would begin attending court sessions and formal ceremonies, initially as an observer but gradually as a participant. She would watch experienced courtiers navigate the complex social hierarchies and political relationships that governed aristocratic life, learning through observation and carefully guided experience. Her tutors would explain the significance of everything she observed, helping her understand the hidden meanings behind formal ceremonies, social interactions, and political discussions. She would learn to recognize the subtle signs that indicated shifting alliances, emerging conflicts, and changing power relationships. The art of conversation would receive intensive attention during these years. Isabella would learn not just how to speak elegantly, but how to use conversation as a political tool. She would practice the delicate balance between displaying her intelligence and maintaining appropriate feminine modesty, learning how to influence others through careful word choice and strategic silence. Court etiquette would be another crucial area of Isabella's political education. She would learn the complex protocols that govern aristocratic social interaction, understanding how proper behavior could build alliances, while inappropriate conduct could create dangerous enemies. The ability to navigate these social complexities would be essential for political survival. Letter writing would be another crucial political skill that Isabella would master during this period. Medieval aristocratic women conducted much of their political business through correspondence, and the ability to craft effective letters was essential for success. Isabella would learn the formal conventions of diplomatic correspondence, the subtle language used for different types of political communication, and the importance of maintaining extensive networks of written communication. She would study examples of correspondence written by successful queens and noble ladies, understanding how these women had used written communication to build alliances, negotiate agreements, and protect their interests. She would practice writing different types of letters, from formal diplomatic documents to intimate personal correspondence, developing the flexibility necessary for effective political communication. The management of information would be another crucial political skill that Isabella would develop. She would learn about the importance of controlling what information was shared with whom, understanding how the strategic release or concealment of information could influence political relationships. This would include learning to recognize when others were attempting to manipulate her through false or incomplete information. Understanding marriage and motherhood. During these educational years, Isabella would receive increasingly explicit instruction about her ultimate destiny as a wife and mother. This education would be designed to prepare her not just for the personal aspects of marriage, but for the political implications of every decision she would make as a married woman. She would learn about the complex negotiations that surrounded aristocratic marriages, understanding how her personal qualities, family connections, and political value would be evaluated by potential suitors and their families. This knowledge would help her understand what was expected of her and how she could influence the marriage negotiations that would determine her future. The legal aspects of medieval marriage would receive detailed attention in Isabella's education. She would learn about the property rights of married women, the circumstances under which marriages could be annulled, and the complex inheritance laws that would govern any children she might have. Understanding these legal frameworks would be essential for protecting her interests and those of her future family. The responsibilities of managing a noble household would be explained in detail. Isabella would learn about the hundreds of servants, retainers, and officials who would be under her authority as a married woman, understanding how effective household management was essential for political success. She would study the complex protocols that governed aristocratic daily life, learning how proper management of ceremonies, entertainment, and hospitality could be used to build political support. Motherhood education would emphasize the political importance of producing heirs, particularly male heirs who could continue family lines and inherit political authority. Isabella would learn about the medical knowledge available for ensuring successful pregnancies and healthy children, understanding how her reproductive success would be measured and evaluated by her husband's family and political allies. The education of children would be another area where Isabella would need expertise. She would learn about the different educational approaches appropriate for sons and daughters, understanding how to ensure that her children receive the training necessary for their future roles. This knowledge would be crucial for maintaining family political power across generations. Diplomatic training and international awareness. As Isabella's formal education progressed, increasing attention would be paid to preparing her for the international relationships that would define her adult life. Medieval princesses were expected to serve as diplomatic bridges between their birth families and their marriage families, requiring sophisticated understanding of international politics. Isabella would receive detailed instruction about the major royal houses of Europe, learning about their current rulers, their family histories, their territorial claims, and their political relationships with her own family. This knowledge would be essential for understanding the implications of different marriage possibilities and for conducting herself appropriately during diplomatic encounters. The study of heraldry would introduce Isabella to the complex symbolic systems that medieval aristocracy used to communicate identity, authority, and political relationships. She would learn to recognize the coat of arms of major noble families, understanding how heraldic symbols conveyed information about lineage, territorial control, and political alliances. Protocol and ceremony would receive intensive attention, as Isabella would need to navigate the formal procedures that governed interactions between different royal courts. She would learn the proper procedures for receiving foreign dignitaries, participating in diplomatic ceremonies, and conducting herself during visits to foreign courts. The economics of international relationships would also be part of Isabella's diplomatic education. She would learn about trade relationships, tribute payments, and the economic factors that influence political alliances. Understanding these economic dimensions of diplomacy would be crucial for evaluating the practical implications of different political arrangements. Advanced cultural skills and artistic development. As Isabella's basic education progressed, her cultural training would become increasingly sophisticated. She would be expected to demonstrate not just competence in various artistic skills, but true expertise that would reflect well on her family's cultural sophistication and educational investment. Her musical abilities would be refined to professional standards. Isabella would learn to perform challenging compositions that would impress educated audiences, demonstrate her technical skill, and show her ability to master complex cultural forms. She would also begin composing her own music, developing the creativity and artistic vision that were highly valued in aristocratic circles. The study of musical theory would complement Isabella's practical musical training. She would learn about the mathematical principles that govern musical harmony, the relationship between music and other academic subjects, and the philosophical implications of different musical styles. This theoretical knowledge would allow her to participate in the sophisticated discussions about music that were common in educated aristocratic circles. Artistic skills would be developed through instruction in various visual arts deemed appropriate for noble ladies. Isabella might learn illuminated manuscript decoration, understanding how to create the elaborate illustrated texts that were among the most prized possessions of medieval aristocratic families. She would certainly learn embroidery and other textile arts, developing the skills necessary for creating the elaborate clothing and household furnishings that demonstrated aristocratic wealth and taste. The study of literature would introduce Isabella to the great works of medieval culture. She would read and discuss the romantic epics, religious texts, and philosophical works that educated aristocrats were expected to know. This literary education would provide her with the cultural knowledge necessary for sophisticated conversation and would help her understand the values and ideals that governed aristocratic society. Poetry composition would be another advanced cultural skill that Isabella might develop. The ability to write verse was highly valued in medieval aristocratic culture, providing both entertainment and a means of subtle political communication. Isabella would learn the complex metrical patterns and sophisticated vocabulary that characterized the best medieval poetry. Preparation for adult responsibilities. As Isabella approached her 10th birthday, her education would begin to focus more intensively on the specific responsibilities she would face as an adult. The playful elements that had characterized her earlier learning would disappear, replaced by serious preparation for the challenges of aristocratic womanhood. Advanced household management would become a central focus of her training. Isabella would learn to oversee the complex operations of a major aristocratic household, understanding how to manage servants, organize ceremonies, maintain finances, and coordinate the many activities that kept aristocratic life functioning smoothly. She would begin participating more actively in the administrative aspects of her father's court, observing how political decisions were made and implemented. This experience would provide her with practical knowledge about governance that would prove invaluable if she ever found herself in a position of political authority. The development of personal judgment and decision-making skills would receive increased attention. Isabella's tutors would present her with hypothetical scenarios and problems, requiring her to develop solutions that demonstrated political wisdom, diplomatic skill, and practical understanding of aristocratic society. Financial management would become a more prominent part of Isabella's education as she prepared for adult responsibilities. She would learn about budgeting, investment, and the complex financial relationships that supported aristocratic life. This knowledge would be essential for managing her own household and protecting her family's economic interests. The transformation complete. By the time Isabella reached her 10th birthday, the transformation from protected child to sophisticated political player would be essentially complete. She would have mastered the languages, arts, and social skills necessary for success in aristocratic society. More importantly, she would have developed the intelligence, judgment, and strength of character necessary for survival in a world that offered medieval women limited options but unlimited dangers. Isabella would now be ready for the next phase of her development, the period when theoretical education would give way to practical experience, when her carefully developed skills would be tested against the realities of court politics, diplomatic negotiation, and the complex process of finding and securing an advantageous marriage. The young woman who emerged from this intensive educational process would bear little resemblance to the protected infant we met in our first part. Isabella would now be a formidable political player in her own right, equipped with the knowledge, skills, and understanding necessary to navigate the treacherous waters of medieval aristocratic society. Her survival would no longer depend on the protection of others, but on her own abilities, intelligence, and strategic thinking. The foundation had been laid, the tools had been forged, and now it remained to be seen how effectively Isabella could use everything she had learned to create a life of influence and meaning in a world designed to limit both. The comprehensive education Isabella had received represented an enormous investment by her family, not just in terms of money and time, but in terms of political capital and future expectations. Every skill she had mastered, every language she had learned, every cultural accomplishment she had achieved, would be carefully evaluated by potential marriage partners and their families. In our next part, we will follow Isabella as she enters adolescence and begins the complex process of courtship and marriage negotiation that would determine her ultimate destiny. We will see how her carefully developed skills served her as she navigated the dangerous waters of diplomatic, romance, and political alliance building. The morning of Isabella's 12th birthday dawned with more than just another year of life. It marked her official entry into medieval adulthood. According to both canon law and aristocratic tradition, Isabella had now reached the age when she could legally marry, bear children, and assume the full responsibilities of royal womanhood. The carefully protected world of childhood education was ending, replaced by the far more dangerous realm of international courtship and marriage negotiations. This transition was merely ceremonial. Medieval society viewed the 12th birthday of an aristocratic girl as a fundamental shift in her social status and political value. Isabella was no longer simply a princess in training. She was now a marriageable asset whose union could reshape the political landscape of Europe. Every conversation she had, every skill she displayed, every public appearance she made would now be evaluated by potential suitors and their diplomatic representatives. As we follow Isabella through this crucial phase of her life, we will see how the carefully cultivated young woman we met in our previous chapters begins to navigate the complex world of medieval courtship, where love was a luxury, politics was paramount, and survival depended on making the right strategic alliance at precisely the right moment. Physical and social transformation. Isabella's entry into adolescence brought dramatic changes that extended far beyond her legal status. The physical maturation that marked her transition to womanhood was carefully monitored by court physicians and her female attendants, all of whom understood that her reproductive capacity was now a matter of international political importance. The court physicians who had overseen Isabella's childhood health now took on an expanded role, ensuring that she developed into the kind of woman who could attract advantageous marriage proposals and successfully bear heirs. Her diet was adjusted to promote healthy development, with expensive foods believed to enhance fertility and beauty. Exotic spices like saffron and cinnamon, rare fruits imported from distant lands, and carefully prepared meats would supplement her daily meals, while potentially harmful foods were eliminated entirely. Medieval medical theory placed enormous emphasis on maintaining the proper balance of humours in young women approaching marriageable age. Isabella's physicians would have prescribed specific foods and activities designed to promote the sanguine temperament that was considered ideal for aristocratic wives. Sweet fruits, well-spiced wines, and delicate meats were encouraged, while bitter or overly cold foods were forbidden. Her daily routine was adjusted to include regular exercise that would maintain her health and grace without compromising her feminine delicacy. Long walks in carefully maintained gardens, gentle dancing practice, and supervised horseback riding would keep her physically fit while ensuring that she developed the elegant bearing expected of a royal bride. The monitoring of Isabella's monthly cycles became a matter of state importance. Her female attendants, led by an experienced matron who had served other royal households, would carefully track her reproductive development. Any irregularities would trigger immediate medical consultation, as her fertility was now crucial to her political value. Her clothing underwent a dramatic transformation that reflected her new status. The elaborate but essentially childlike gowns of her early years were replaced by adult court dress that emphasized her emerging womanhood while maintaining appropriate modesty. These garments were masterpieces of medieval tailoring, designed to showcase her family's wealth while subtly highlighting her physical attributes for the benefit of visiting diplomats who might be evaluating her marriage potential. The construction of these new gowns required months of work by the most skilled seamstresses in the kingdom. Each dress was essentially a work of art, with intricate embroidery, precious gem embellishments, and fabric so fine that it seemed to shimmer in candlelight. The fitting process alone could take weeks, as every detail needed to be perfect for the political messages these garments would convey. The fabrics chosen for Isabella's new wardrobe carried important political messages. Cloth of gold demonstrated her family's immense wealth, while silks imported from distant lands showed their international connections. The colors she wore were selected with equal care, with royal purple and deep blues reinforcing her aristocratic status, while softer shades like rose and pale gold emphasized her femininity and youth. The seasonal rotation of Isabella's wardrobe became a complex logistical operation. Different occasions required different levels of magnificence, from the relatively simple elegance appropriate for private family dinners to the overwhelming splendor needed for major diplomatic receptions. Her wardrobe managers maintained detailed records of what she wore to each event, ensuring that she never appeared twice in the same outfit at important functions. Her jewelry collection expanded dramatically during this period, with each piece serving both decorative and political purposes. Precious gems were chosen not just for their beauty, but for their symbolic meanings and their origins. A sapphire from the Orient might demonstrate trade connections with distant lands, while pearls could symbolize purity and spiritual devotion. Gold work showcased the skill of her kingdom's craftsmen, while the overall effect communicated the level of luxury that any husband could expect to provide. The creation of new jewelry for Isabella involved craftsmen from across Europe. Master goldsmiths would work for months creating intricate settings for precious stones, while gem cutters would shape rare diamonds and emeralds to achieve maximum brilliance. Each piece was not just ornamental, but a statement of political and economic power that could influence marriage negotiations. The management of Isabella's appearance became a daily political exercise. Her hair, now grown long and lustrous, was styled according to the latest courtly fashions, often incorporating expensive ornaments and sometimes even small precious gems. Medieval aristocratic women's hairstyles were complex constructions that could take hours to create and were designed to display both beauty and wealth. The daily care of Isabella's hair involved specialized servants who understood both the practical and political aspects of royal grooming. Rare oils imported from distant lands would nourish her hair, while delicate brushes made from the finest materials would maintain its shine and texture. The arrangements of veils, circlets, and other hair ornaments required careful consideration of the political messages they might convey. Her complexion received constant attention, as pale skin was considered essential for aristocratic beauty. Isabella would have used cosmetics made from the finest ingredients available, including powders derived from crushed pearls and exotic plant extracts. Sun exposure was carefully controlled to maintain the porcelain complexion that medieval society prized in noblewomen. The cosmetic preparations used by Isabella were themselves symbols of wealth and sophistication. Rare pigments for lip coloring, delicate powders for skin whitening, and precious oils for skin care were imported from across the known world. The application of these cosmetics was an art form that required skilled attendants who understood both beauty techniques and political presentation. The beginning of marriage negotiations. Even before Isabella's 12th birthday, diplomatic correspondence about her marriage prospects had been flowing between courts across Europe. But now that she had reached the canonical age of marriage, these discussions took on a new urgency and specificity. The process began with her father's council conducting a comprehensive review of the current political landscape, identifying kingdoms and noble houses where a marriage alliance might be advantageous. This wasn't simply a matter of finding the most powerful or wealthy potential husband. It required complex analysis of shifting alliances, territorial disputes, trade relationships, and the long-term strategic implications of different possible unions. The council meetings where these discussions took place were among the most secretive and important gatherings in the kingdom. Senior advisors, military commanders, church officials, and diplomatic experts would gather to analyze intelligence reports from across Europe. Every detail of potential suitors' lives would be examined, from their personal character and health to their kingdom's military strength and economic resources. Maps would be spread across council tables as advisors analyzed the territorial implications of various marriage possibilities. A union with a prince whose lands bordered hostile neighbors might bring military obligations that outweighed the benefits of alliance. Conversely, a marriage that seemed modest in immediate terms might provide access to crucial trade routes or valuable natural resources. The geographic considerations involved in these discussions were extraordinarily complex. Medieval Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, cantons, and city-states, each with its own laws, customs, and political relationships. A marriage alliance could potentially unite territories, create new trade opportunities, or resolve long-standing border disputes. The religious dimensions of potential marriages received careful consideration. All Christian princes were theoretically acceptable, but subtle differences in religious practice or devotion could have significant political implications. A prince known for unusual piety might be valuable for the spiritual prestige he could bring, while one with a more secular outlook might be better suited for kingdoms focused on territorial expansion or commercial development. The theological implications of different marriage possibilities were analyzed by church officials who understood how religious considerations might affect political relationships. The potential for producing heirs who would be acceptable to both religious and secular authorities was a crucial factor in these discussions. Financial considerations were equally complex. The dowry that Isabella would bring to her marriage needed to be substantial enough to attract high-quality suitors, but not so large as to drain her father's treasury or leave insufficient resources for the marriages of potential siblings. Simultaneously, the economic benefits that different marriages might bring through access to new trade routes, territorial acquisitions, or tribute arrangements had to be carefully calculated. The financial analysis required for these decisions involved experts in international commerce, currency exchange, and economic policy. The long-term costs and benefits of different alliances had to be weighed against immediate political needs and the kingdom's overall strategic objectives. Isabella herself was not merely a passive subject of these negotiations. As she entered adolescence, she began to be consulted about the possibilities being discussed, though her opinions would be carefully weighed against political necessities. Medieval marriage negotiations recognized that the bride's consent was legally required, and a princess who actively opposed a particular marriage could create significant diplomatic complications. The process of consulting Isabella about marriage possibilities was delicate and carefully managed. She would be informed about potential suitors in ways that allowed her to express preferences without creating binding obligations. Her reactions and opinions would be noted by her advisors, who understood that her emotional state and personal preferences could affect the success of any eventual marriage. The diplomatic machinery set in motion by these initial negotiations was extensive and sophisticated. Trusted ambassadors would be dispatched to courts where potential matches had been identified, carrying carefully crafted letters that explored possibilities without making firm commitments. These initial contacts were delicate affairs, as premature disclosure of marriage negotiations could affect the political relationships between kingdoms regardless of whether marriages ultimately resulted. The selection of ambassadors for these sensitive missions required careful consideration of their diplomatic skills, personal connections, and understanding of the political implications of marriage negotiations. These men would often spend months at foreign courts, gathering intelligence about potential suitors while engaging in the subtle diplomatic dance that might eventually lead to formal negotiations. Intelligence gathering and diplomatic reconnaissance. Before any formal marriage negotiations could begin, Isabella's family needed detailed intelligence about potential suitors and their kingdoms. This intelligence gathering operation was as sophisticated as any military campaign, involving networks of informants, diplomatic observers, and commercial agents throughout Europe. The intelligence reports compiled about potential suitors were exhaustively detailed. Physical descriptions included not just general appearance, but specific details about health, stamina, and any physical characteristics that might affect fertility or longevity. Reports would note the condition of a prince's teeth, the clarity of his skin, his posture and bearing, and any signs of illness or weakness. Character assessments were equally thorough. Informants would report on a potential suitor's temperament, intelligence, religious devotion, personal habits, and relationships with family members and courtiers. These reports would attempt to predict how he might treat a wife, how effectively he might govern, and whether he possessed the personal qualities necessary for successful political leadership. The political intelligence gathered about potential suitors and their kingdoms was essential for understanding the long-term implications of different marriage possibilities. Reports would detail current military conflicts, economic conditions, internal political tensions, and relationships with neighboring kingdoms. This information would help Isabella's family understand what they might be committing themselves to through marriage alliance. Economic intelligence was particularly important, as it revealed both the immediate benefits and long-term costs of different marriages. Reports would detail trade relationships, taxation systems, natural resources, and the overall prosperity of potential suitors' kingdoms. This information was crucial for calculating the financial implications of different marriage possibilities. The methods used to gather this intelligence were varied and sometimes surprising. Merchants traveling between kingdoms would be debriefed about conditions in foreign courts. Pilgrims returning from religious journeys would be questioned about the rulers and nobles they had encountered. Even minstrels and other entertainers could provide valuable information about the courts where they had performed. Some of the most valuable intelligence came from the extensive networks of noble women who maintained correspondence across Europe. These informal diplomatic channels allowed for the exchange of detailed information about eligible princes, often including personal details that would never appear in formal diplomatic reports. The compilation and analysis of this intelligence was a sophisticated operation that required experts in politics, economics, and international relations. Senior advisors would spend weeks analyzing reports about individual suitors, looking for patterns and implications that might not be immediately obvious. The art of correspondence courtship. One of the most fascinating aspects of medieval royal courtship was the extensive correspondence that often preceded any face-to-face meeting between potential spouses. Isabella, with her carefully developed linguistic skills, was now expected to participate directly in this diplomatic dance through personal letters to prospective husbands. These letters were far more than simple personal correspondence. Each one was a carefully crafted diplomatic document that needed to strike a precise balance between revealing enough of Isabella's personality and accomplishments to intrigue potential suitors while maintaining the mystery and formality appropriate for international negotiations. The tone had to be warm enough to suggest the possibility of genuine affection while remaining sufficiently dignified to reflect her royal status. The composition of these letters involved careful collaboration between Isabella and her tutors, advisors, and diplomatic experts. Each letter would go through multiple drafts, with every phrase analyzed for its potential political implications. The goal was to create correspondence that would advance courtship objectives while avoiding any commitments that might limit future diplomatic flexibility. The languages in which these letters were written carried their own political significance. Correspondence in Latin demonstrated Isabella's classical education and religious devotion, while letters in French showcased her mastery of the language of courtly culture. Occasionally, letters might be written in the native language of the recipient, showing particular respect for their cultural background and diplomatic sophistication. choice of language for each letter was carefully considered based on the intended recipient and the message being conveyed. Latin was appropriate for formal diplomatic communications, French for more personal expressions of interest, and native languages for situations where particular cultural sensitivity was required. The content of these letters required extraordinary diplomatic skill. Isabella needed to demonstrate her intelligence without appearing too learned or independent-minded, showcase her cultural accomplishments without seeming vain, and express appropriate interest in a recipient without compromising her dignity or her family's negotiating position. Every sentence was crafted to serve multiple purposes, advancing the courtship while maintaining maximum diplomatic flexibility. Typical topics for these letters included descriptions of Isabella's daily activities, her religious devotions, her cultural interests, and her thoughts about various subjects deemed appropriate for aristocratic women. The challenge was to make these descriptions interesting and engaging while avoiding any statements that might be interpreted as inappropriate or politically problematic. The physical presentation of these letters was almost as important as their content. The parchment had to be of the finest quality, prepared according to ancient techniques that produced a writing surface smooth enough for the most delicate penmanship. The ink was carefully prepared from the finest ingredients, often including precious materials that demonstrated the sender's wealth and attention to detail. Isabella's handwriting itself was considered a reflection of her character and education. Years of practice had developed a script that was both elegant and easily readable, with carefully controlled letter forms that demonstrated her refinement and attention to detail. The spacing, margins, and overall layout of her letters were planned to create the most favorable impression possible. Seals were carefully chosen to reflect both personal and political identity. Isabella's personal seal incorporated elements from her family's heraldry while including symbols that reflected her individual personality and accomplishments. The wax used for sealing was often colored and scented, adding another layer of luxury and personal expression to her correspondence. The choice of messenger could itself send important diplomatic signals. A high-ranking nobleman carrying Isabella's letters indicated the importance placed on the correspondence, while a more modest messenger might suggest a more casual level of interest. The timing of when messengers were dispatched was equally significant, as it could indicate priorities and diplomatic strategies. The letters Isabella received in return provided crucial intelligence about her potential suitors. The quality of the writing revealed their education and cultural sophistication, while the content offered insights into their personalities, political views, and genuine interest in the match. Experienced court advisors would analyze these letters for several clues about the suitor's character, intelligence, and potential compatibility with Isabella. Some of these correspondence relationships continued for months or even years before any face-to-face meeting occurred. Historical records show that many medieval royal couples wrote to each other extensively before meeting, developing what appeared to be genuine affection through their letters despite having no common spoken language other than Latin. The emotional dimensions of these correspondence relationships were complex and often poignant. Isabella might develop genuine feelings for a suitor she had never met, based solely on his letters and perhaps a painted portrait. These feelings had to be carefully managed, as political circumstances could change rapidly and marriages that seemed certain might be abandoned for diplomatic reasons. The preservation and security of this correspondence was a matter of considerable importance. Letters were often copied before being sent, allowing for careful analysis of their content and ensuring that records existed of all diplomatic communications. The storage and protection of received letters required careful attention to prevent unauthorized access to potentially sensitive information. Portrait exchange and visual diplomacy. The exchange of painted portraits was another crucial element of medieval royal courtship, serving as both artistic diplomacy and practical necessity. Isabella's portrait would be painted by the most skilled artists available, with the understanding that these images might be her introduction to potential husband across Europe. The process of creating these diplomatic portraits was elaborate and politically sensitive. The artists chosen for this task were selected not just for their skill, but for their understanding of the political implications of their work. The portrait needed to be flattering enough to attract interest while remaining accurate enough to avoid diplomatic embarrassment when Isabella eventually met her suitor in person. The selection of artists for Isabella's portraits involved careful consideration of their reputations, their previous work for other royal families, and their ability to capture both physical likeness and political significance. These artists understood that their work would be scrutinized by the experts in foreign courts who were trained to evaluate both artistic quality and political messaging. Medieval portrait painting for diplomatic purposes involved careful attention to symbolic elements as well as physical likeness. Isabella's clothing would be chosen to display her family's wealth and status, while jewelry and other accessories would communicate specific political messages. The background might include elements that referenced her kingdom's achievements or territorial claims. The poses and expressions used in these portraits followed established conventions that communicated important information about the subject's character and availability. A direct gaze might suggest confidence and intelligence, while a more modest demeanor could emphasize traditional feminine virtues. The artist had to balance these considerations while creating an image that would stand out among the many portraits that foreign courts regularly received. The technical aspects of creating these portraits were extraordinarily complex. The pigments used were often rare and expensive, imported from distant lands and prepared according to closely guarded recipes. The application techniques required years of training to master, particularly for the subtle modeling of facial features that could make or break a diplomatic portrait. The creation of multiple copies of Isabella's portrait required careful quality control to ensure that each version accurately represented her appearance and maintained the same political messaging. Master artists would create the original, while skilled assistants would produce copies under close supervision. The distribution of Isabella's portraits was carefully managed to maximize their diplomatic impact. Copies would be sent to courts where serious marriage negotiations were underway, while the decision of which court should receive portraits was itself a form of diplomatic communication. Receiving one of Isabella's portraits indicated that her family considered a particular prince a viable marriage candidate. The portraits Isabella received of potential suitors were subjected to equally careful analysis. Court advisors experienced in reading such diplomatic images would examine them for clues about the subject's health, character, and the artistic and cultural sophistication of his court. The quality of the painting itself provided information about the resources and priorities of the sending kingdom. However, as historical records show, these portraits were not always entirely reliable. The famous case of Henry Roman VIII's disappointment with Anne of Cleves when he met her in person, feeling that her portrait had been misleadingly flattering, demonstrates the potential diplomatic complications that could arise from overly optimistic artistic representation. The techniques used to enhance the subject's appearance in these diplomatic portraits were sophisticated but could sometimes create unrealistic expectations. Artists might subtly adjust proportions, enhance complexion, or modify facial features to create more flattering likenesses while technically remaining truthful to their subject's appearance. The preservation and display of these portraits required careful attention to their symbolic importance. Isabella's portraits of potential suitors would be hung in private chambers where she could study them while considering marriage possibilities. The arrangement and prominence given to different portraits could itself communicate preferences and priorities. Court presentations and diplomatic visits. As Isabella's reputation spread through diplomatic channels, she began to receive visits from foreign dignitaries who wanted to evaluate her personally on behalf of potential suitors. These encounters were elaborate diplomatic theaters where every detail was carefully staged to create the most favorable impression possible. The preparation for such visits began weeks in advance. The castle would be thoroughly cleaned and decorated, with the finest tapestries displayed and the most impressive furnishings brought out for the occasion. The goal was to create an environment that demonstrated the kingdom's wealth and sophistication while providing an appropriate setting for Isabella to showcase her accomplishments. The logistics of preparing for these diplomatic visits were enormously complex. Guest accommodations had to be arranged that reflected the status of the visitors while providing appropriate security. Menus had to be planned that would demonstrate culinary sophistication while accommodating any dietary restrictions or preferences of the guests. Isabella's preparation for these diplomatic encounters was equally intensive. Her clothing would be selected to create the perfect balance between magnificence and appropriate modesty, while her jewelry would be chosen to demonstrate both wealth and refined taste. A hairstyle and cosmetics would be perfected by the most skilled attendants available. Choreography of these meetings followed established diplomatic protocols that were as complex as any court ceremony. The timing of Isabella's entrance, the manner of her greeting to the visiting dignitaries, and the conversation topics that would be discussed were all planned in advance to create the most favorable impression possible. These diplomatic visits typically followed a carefully structured schedule that allowed for multiple opportunities to observe Isabella in different contexts. Morning audiences might showcase her formal diplomatic skills, while afternoon entertainments could demonstrate her cultural accomplishments. Evening events provided opportunities for more relaxed interaction and assessment of her personality. The entertainment provided during these visits was itself a form of diplomacy. Musical performances might feature compositions from the visitors' home countries demonstrating cultural awareness and respect. Hunting expeditions could provide opportunities for more informal interaction while showcasing the kingdom's military capabilities and natural resources. These encounters served multiple diplomatic purposes beyond simple courtship. They provided opportunities for broader political discussions between the kingdoms involved, while the lavish hospitality extended to visiting dignitaries could strengthen political relationships regardless of whether marriages resulted from the visits. Isabella's performance during these encounters was crucial for her future prospects. She needed to demonstrate her linguistic abilities by conversing with visitors in their preferred languages, showcase her cultural accomplishments through musical performances or displays of her needlework, and exhibit the combination of intelligence and modesty that medieval society expected from aristocratic women. The visiting dignitaries would be evaluating not just Isabella herself, but also the entire court environment that would surround any prince who married her. They would observe the efficiency of the household management, the sophistication of the cultural activities, and the apparent loyalty and competence of the courtiers who would potentially become their prince's advisors and allies. The reports that these diplomatic visitors would eventually submit to their home courts were crucial documents that could determine the success or failure of marriage negotiations. These reports would include detailed assessments of Isabella's appearance, personality, accomplishments, and suitability as a potential wife and queen. The complex dance of medieval courtship. Medieval royal courtship was a delicate balance between political necessity and the human need for personal connection. While these marriages were fundamentally political arrangements, medieval culture still recognized the importance of achieving some level of personal compatibility between spouses. The courtly love tradition that had developed during the medieval period provided a framework for expressing romantic feelings within the constraints of political marriage negotiations. This literary and cultural movement emphasized the nobility of romantic devotion and the spiritual elevation that could result from pure love, even when that love existed within an arranged marriage context. Isabella would have been thoroughly educated in the conventions of courtly love through her study of literature and poetry. She understood how to participate in the elaborate verbal and written games that allowed medieval aristocrats to explore romantic feelings while maintaining appropriate dignity and political discretion. The practical application of courtly love conventions in real marriage negotiations was complex and nuanced. Isabella needed to master the subtle art of expressing interest in potential suitors while maintaining the reserve appropriate for her royal status. Too much enthusiasm might be interpreted as unseemly, while too little might suggest lack of interest in the match. The exchange of gifts was another important element of medieval courtship that allowed for personal expression within diplomatic constraints. A carefully chosen book, a piece of music composed specifically for the recipient, or a delicately crafted piece of needlework could communicate personal feelings while remaining appropriate for international diplomatic relationships. The selection and presentation of these gifts required careful consideration of the symbolic meanings and political implications. A religious text might demonstrate piety and spiritual compatibility, while a work of secular poetry could suggest cultural sophistication and romantic sensibility. Poetry played a particularly important role in medieval aristocratic courtship. Isabella might receive verses composed specifically for her by potential suitors, while she could respond with her own compositions that demonstrated both her literary skill and her personal interest. These poetic exchanges allowed for the expression of emotions that might be inappropriate in more formal diplomatic correspondence. The creation of original poetry for courtship purposes was considered one of the highest accomplishments of medieval aristocratic culture. Isabella's verses needed to demonstrate her education and creativity while maintaining appropriate feminine modesty. The topics, meter, and language of her poems all carried potential political significance. The development of personal codes and symbols was another way that medieval couples managed to communicate within the constraints of heavily supervised courtship. Particular flowers, colors, or musical themes could acquire private meanings that allowed for intimate communication while maintaining public propriety. Music and dance provided especially important opportunities for personal interaction during medieval courtship. Shared musical performances allowed potential couples to work together on creative projects, while dance provided one of the few acceptable forms of physical contact between the married aristocrats. Isabella's extensive musical and dance training now proved invaluable for these courtship interactions. The supervision of these courtship activities was constant and sophisticated. Isabella would never be alone with potential suitors, but the chaperones present were trained to allow for meaningful interaction while preventing any inappropriate behavior. The balance between protection and opportunity required considerable skill and diplomatic understanding. Marriage negotiations and dowry arrangements. As Isabella's courtship with particular suitors became more serious, the diplomatic discussions evolved from general expressions of interest to detailed negotiations about the specific terms of potential marriages. These negotiations were complex international affairs that could take months or years to complete. The dowry arrangements were among the most critical aspects of these negotiations. Isabella's family needed to offer a dowry substantial enough to attract high-quality suitors while ensuring that the terms were reasonable given their kingdom's resources and other obligations. The dowry typically included money, valuable objects, and sometimes territorial rights or trade privileges. The calculation of Isabella's dowry involved complex financial and political considerations. The amount needed to be competitive with other potential brides while reflecting her family's wealth and the political value of the alliance. Too small a dowry might suggest lack of commitment or insufficient resources, while an excessive dowry might create unrealistic expectations or financial difficulties. The composition of Isabella's dowry would be carefully calculated to appeal to specific suitors and their families. A prince whose kingdom lacked access to certain trade goods might be attracted by commercial privileges, while one with territorial ambitions might be more interested in claims to disputed lands or strategic fortifications. The tangible components of the dowry were selected for both their immediate value and their symbolic significance. Precious objects would demonstrate the family's wealth and taste, while items with historical or religious significance might emphasize cultural and spiritual connections. The timing of dowry payments was another crucial negotiation point. Typically, medieval marriage contracts specified that part of the dowry would be paid at the time of betrothal, another portion at the wedding ceremony, and the remainder according to a schedule that might extend over several years. These arrangements had to balance the bride's family's financial capabilities with the groom's family's expectations and needs. The negotiation of payment schedules required careful attention to the political and economic circumstances of both families. Immediate payments might strain the bride's family financially, while delayed payments might suggest unreliability or create future sources of conflict. Negotiations also had to address what would happen to the dowry under various circumstances. If Isabella died before bearing children, if her husband died, or if the marriage was annulled, complex legal questions would arise about the disposition of the dowry property. Medieval marriage contracts included detailed provisions for these contingencies. The bride price, or marriage settlement that Isabella would receive from her husband's family, was equally important. This typically included rights to income from specific lands, valuable objects, and guarantees of support in case she became widowed. These arrangements were crucial for Isabella's long-term security and social position. The negotiation of these widows' rights was particularly important, as they would determine Isabella's status and resources if she outlived her husband. Medieval law generally provided for widows to receive 1/3 of their husband's estate, but royal marriages often involved more complex arrangements that needed to be carefully negotiated. Religious considerations also played a role in marriage negotiations. The church required certain conditions to be met before marriages could be considered valid, including verification that the couple was not too closely related by blood and that both parties were giving their free consent to the union. The investigation of potential consanguinity was a complex process that required detailed genealogical research. Church authorities would examine family trees going back several generations to ensure that the proposed marriage would not violate canonical restrictions on relationships between relatives. The betrothal process. When marriage negotiations reached a successful conclusion, the next phase was the formal betrothal ceremony that would legally bind Isabella to her chosen husband. This was not simply a preliminary to marriage, but rather a legally binding contract that created immediate obligations and rights for both parties. Medieval betrothal ceremonies were elaborate public events that served multiple political and social functions. They formally announced the alliance between two royal houses, demonstrated the wealth and power of both families, and provided an opportunity for the broader aristocratic community to witness and celebrate the union. The preparation for Isabella's betrothal would begin weeks in advance, with invitations sent to noble families across Europe. The guest list would be carefully constructed to include important allies while sending appropriate political messages to other courts. The presence or absence of particular nobles at the betrothal could have significant diplomatic implications. The logistics of organizing these events were enormously complex. Accommodations had to be arranged for hundreds of guests, while food, entertainment, and ceremony had to be planned to reflect the importance of the occasion. The costs involved were substantial, representing a significant investment in the political future of both families. The ceremony itself would follow ancient traditions that had evolved over centuries of royal practice. Isabella and her betrothed would exchange rings in the presence of a high-ranking church official, typically a bishop or archbishop, who would bless their union and pray for their future happiness and fertility. The religious elements of the betrothal ceremony were considered essential for its validity and spiritual significance. The Church's blessing transformed what might otherwise be seen as merely a political arrangement into a sacred commitment that carried divine sanction. The exchange of vows during betrothal was considered legally binding, creating obligations that could not be easily dissolved. Isabella and her betrothed would promise to marry each other at the appropriate time and to remain faithful to each other in the interim. Breaking a betrothal required church approval and could have serious political consequences. The specific language used in these vows was carefully crafted to create appropriate legal obligations while maintaining flexibility for future circumstances. The promises needed to be specific enough to be enforceable while general enough to accommodate changing political situations. Gift exchanges were an important part of betrothal ceremonies, with both families presenting valuable objects that symbolized their commitment to the alliance. Isabella might receive jewelry, books, or other precious items, while her family would present gifts that demonstrated their appreciation for the match and their commitment to fulfilling the marriage contract. The selection and presentation of these gifts carried important symbolic meaning. Religious objects might emphasize the spiritual dimensions of the union, while valuable secular items would demonstrate wealth and commitment to the alliance. The celebration following the betrothal ceremony would be a magnificent display of both families' wealth and power. Elaborate feasts, musical performances, dancing, and other entertainments would continue for days, providing opportunities for political networking and alliance building among the assembled nobles. These celebrations served important diplomatic functions beyond simple entertainment. They provided opportunities for private meetings between political leaders, informal negotiations about other matters, and the strengthening of relationships that could prove crucial for future political developments. Preparation for marriage and adult life. The period between betrothal and marriage was crucial for Isabella's final preparation for her adult role as a wife, potential mother, and political partner. This time would be used to complete her education in household management, deepen her understanding of her future husband's kingdom, and prepare emotionally for the dramatic changes that marriage would bring. Isabella's education in household management would become increasingly practical and detailed. She would need to understand how to oversee the complex operations of a major aristocratic household, manage large staffs of servants, and coordinate the elaborate entertainments and ceremonies that would be expected of her as a married woman. The complexity of managing a medieval royal household was extraordinary. Isabella would need to understand the duties and hierarchies of dozens of different types of servants, from kitchen staff and stable workers to chamberlains and secretaries. Each category of servant had specific responsibilities and required different types of management and oversight. The financial aspects of household management received particular attention during this period. Isabella would learn to manage budgets, oversee account keeping, and understand the economic factors that affected aristocratic life. This knowledge would be essential for maintaining her household's reputation and ensuring its long-term stability. Her education about her future husband's kingdom would become more intensive, with detailed instruction about its history, customs, laws, and political relationships. Isabella would need to understand the complex web of loyalties and rivalries that characterized her new home, as well as the cultural expectations that would govern her behavior as princess or queen. This cultural education would include study of local traditions, religious practices, and social customs that might differ from those of her birth kingdom. Isabella would need to demonstrate respect for her new country's culture while maintaining her own identity and the political interests of her birth family. Language instruction would continue if Isabella was marrying into a kingdom where a different language was spoken. Even if she had some familiarity with the language, she would need to achieve perfect fluency and understand regional dialects and cultural nuances that could affect her ability to communicate effectively with her new subjects. The emotional preparation for marriage was perhaps the most challenging aspect of this period. Isabella would need to accept that she was leaving behind not just her childhood home, but potentially her entire previous identity. Medieval marriage for royal women often meant moving to foreign countries where they might have limited contact with their birth families for the rest of their lives. The psychological support provided to Isabella during this transition period was crucial for her future success and happiness. Experienced noble women who had made similar transitions would share their experiences and advice, while religious counselors would help her understand the spiritual dimensions of her changing role. The wedding ceremony and its political significance. When the time finally came for Isabella's wedding, the ceremony would be one of the most elaborate and politically significant events of her lifetime. Medieval royal weddings were not just personal celebrations, but international diplomatic events that could influence political relationships across Europe. The planning for Isabella's wedding would begin months in advance, involving coordination between multiple kingdoms and hundreds of participants. Every detail would be carefully orchestrated to create maximum political impact while ensuring that all protocols and traditions were properly observed. The wedding ceremony itself would follow ancient Christian traditions that had been elaborated and formalized over centuries of royal practice. The exchange of vows would typically take place at the entrance to a cathedral or major church, with the couple promising to take each other as husband and wife before a high-ranking church official and assembled witnesses. The location chosen for the ceremony would itself carry political significance. A cathedral in Isabella's home kingdom might emphasize her family's status, while a ceremony in her husband's territory could demonstrate her acceptance of a new role and allegiance. The religious aspects of the ceremony would emphasize the spiritual significance of marriage as a sacrament blessed by God. Special prayers, hymns, and blessings would be included to invoke divine protection for the couple and their future children. The Church's blessing was considered essential for the marriage's validity and the legitimacy of any heirs. The political dimensions of the wedding would be equally important. The guest list would read like a directory of European nobility, with the presence of particular rulers serving as public endorsements of the alliance. The wedding would provide opportunities for diplomatic meetings, treaty negotiations, and other political business. The ceremonial aspects of the wedding would be designed to create lasting impressions of wealth, power, and cultural sophistication. The bride's dress would be a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship, while the groom's attire would reflect his status and the importance of the occasion. The celebration following the ceremony would be a magnificent display of both families' wealth and power. Elaborate feasts featuring the most expensive foods available, musical performances by renowned artists, and other entertainments would continue for days or even weeks. These celebrations served both to honor the newlyweds and to demonstrate the kingdom's prosperity and cultural sophistication. The transformation complete. By the time Isabella reached her wedding day, the transformation from protected child to sophisticated political player would be complete. She would have mastered the complex skills necessary for survival in medieval aristocratic society, developed the intelligence and judgment needed for effective political action, and prepared herself for the challenges of marriage and motherhood in an era that offered limited options for women. The young woman who stood at the altar would bear little resemblance to the infant princess we met in our first chapter. Isabella would now be a formidable political force in her own right, equipped with the knowledge, skills, and connections necessary to protect her interests and advance her family's objectives in the dangerous world of medieval politics. Her survival would now depend on her ability to navigate the complex relationships of her new home while maintaining connections with her birth family, manage the household and political responsibilities of her new position, and successfully bear and raise children who would continue the political dynasties that her marriage had helped create. The foundation had been carefully laid through years of intensive education and preparation. The tools had been forged through practical experience in court politics and diplomatic negotiation. Now it remained to be seen how effectively Isabella could use everything she had learned to create a meaningful life within the constraints and opportunities that medieval society offered to royal women. In our next part, we will follow Isabella as she begins her married life, learning to manage the complex challenges of being a foreign princess in a new kingdom while working to establish her authority and protect her interests in an environment that could be both supportive and hostile to her ambitions. The story of Isabella's courtship and marriage reminds us that even in positions of apparent privilege, medieval women faced challenges that require extraordinary intelligence, adaptability, and strength of character. Her success would depend not on fairy tale endings, but on political skill, diplomatic wisdom, and the careful cultivation of relationships that could provide support and protection in times of crisis. The morning of Isabella's 12th birthday dawned with more than just another year of life. It marked her official entry into medieval adulthood. According to both canon law and aristocratic tradition, Isabella had now reached the age when she could legally marry, bear children, and assume the full responsibilities of royal womanhood. The carefully protected world of childhood education was ending, replaced by the far more dangerous realm of international courtship and marriage negotiations. This transition was merely ceremonial. Medieval society viewed the 12th birthday of an aristocratic girl as a fundamental shift in her social status and political value. Isabella was no longer simply a princess in training, she was now a marriageable asset whose union could reshape the political landscape of Europe. Every conversation she had, every skill she displayed, every public appearance she made would now be evaluated by potential suitors and their diplomatic representatives. As we follow Isabella through this crucial phase of her life, we will see how the carefully cultivated young woman we met in our previous chapters begins to navigate the complex world of medieval courtship, where love was a luxury, politics was paramount, and survival depended on making the right strategic alliance at precisely the right moment. Physical and social transformation. Isabella's entry into adolescence brought dramatic changes that extended far beyond her legal status. The physical maturation that marked her transition to womanhood was carefully monitored by court physicians and her female attendants, all of whom understood that her reproductive capacity was now a matter of international political importance. The court physicians who had overseen Isabella's childhood health now took on an expanded role, ensuring that she developed into the kind of woman who could attract advantageous marriage proposals and successfully bear heirs. Her diet was adjusted to promote healthy development, with expensive foods believed to enhance fertility and beauty. Exotic spices like saffron and cinnamon, rare fruits imported from distant lands, and carefully prepared meats would supplement her daily meals, while potentially harmful foods were eliminated entirely. Medieval medical theory placed enormous emphasis on maintaining the proper balance of humours in young women approaching marriageable age. Isabella's physicians would have prescribed specific foods and activities designed to promote the sanguine temperament that was considered ideal for aristocratic wives. Sweet fruits, well-spiced wines, and delicate meats were encouraged, while bitter or overly cold foods were forbidden. The physicians believed that a woman's temperament directly affected her ability to conceive and carry healthy children, making this dietary management crucial for Isabella's future success. The medical supervision of Isabella's development was extraordinarily detailed and invasive by modern standards. Court physicians would examine her monthly to assess her physical progress, checking for signs of proper growth, healthy complexion, and the development of secondary sexual characteristics that indicated fertility. These examinations were conducted by experienced female physicians or midwives, as male doctors would not be permitted such intimate access to an unmarried princess. Her daily routine was adjusted to include regular exercise that would maintain her health and grace without compromising her feminine delicacy. Long walks in carefully maintained gardens provided fresh air and gentle movement, while supervised horseback riding would keep her physically fit and maintain the elegant bearing expected of a royal bride. Dancing practice became more intensive, not just for cultural accomplishment, but as a form of physical conditioning that would develop her stamina and coordination for the lengthy court ceremonies she would need to endure. The monitoring of Isabella's monthly cycles became a matter of state importance that involved multiple levels of court hierarchy. Her female attendants, led by an experienced matron who had served other royal households, would carefully track her reproductive development. Any irregularities would trigger immediate medical consultation, as her fertility was now crucial to her political value. Detailed records would be kept of her cycles, noting their regularity, duration, and any symptoms, as this information might eventually be shared with potential husbands' families as proof of her fertility and suitability for bearing heirs. The psychological preparation for this constant physical monitoring was carefully managed by Isabella's female advisors, who understood the difficulty of transitioning from childhood privacy to adult scrutiny. She would be taught to understand that her body was no longer entirely her own, but rather a political asset that belonged partly to her family and eventually to her husband. This lesson, while psychologically challenging, was considered essential for her survival in medieval aristocratic society, where a woman's primary value lay in her ability to produce legitimate heirs. Her clothing underwent a dramatic transformation that reflected her new status and the need to present her as an attractive marriage prospect. The elaborate but essentially childlike gowns of her early years were replaced by adult court dress that emphasized her emerging womanhood while maintaining appropriate modesty. These garments were masterpieces of medieval tailoring, designed to showcase her family's wealth while subtly highlighting her physical attributes for the benefit of visiting diplomats who might be evaluating her marriage potential. The construction of these new gowns required months of work by teams of the most skilled seamstresses in the kingdom. Each dress was essentially a work of art, with intricate embroidery that could take dozens of women weeks to complete. The embroidery patterns were not merely decorative but carried symbolic meanings related to fertility, prosperity, and royal authority. Precious gem embellishments were sewn directly into the fabric using techniques that had been developed over generations, while gold and silver threads created patterns that would catch and reflect light dramatically in candlelit halls. The fabric itself represented the pinnacle of medieval textile production. Silk so fine that it seemed to shimmer and flow like liquid was imported from distant lands at enormous expense. The dyeing process used rare and expensive materials to achieve colors that were both beautiful and symbolic. Purple dyes made from thousands of murex shells demonstrated royal status, while blues derived from lapis lazuli showed international trading connections. The fabric was so delicate that it required special handling and storage techniques to prevent damage. The fitting process for each gown could take weeks, with dozens of fittings required to achieve the perfect silhouette. The seamstresses would make hundreds of tiny adjustments to ensure that the gowns created the most flattering appearance possible while maintaining the modesty expected of an unmarried princess. The necklines, sleeves, and hemlines were all carefully calculated to reveal just enough to suggest beauty and maturity while concealing enough to maintain propriety and leave something to the imagination of potential suitors. The seasonal rotation of Isabella's wardrobe became a complex logistical operation involving dozens of servants and careful planning months in advance. Different occasions required different levels of magnificence, from the relatively simple elegance appropriate for private family dinners to the overwhelming splendor needed for major diplomatic receptions. Her wardrobe managers maintained detailed records of what she wore to each event, ensuring that she never appeared twice in the same outfit at important functions, while also tracking which garments had been seen by which foreign dignitaries. Storage and maintenance of these elaborate garments required specialized facilities and techniques. Each dress needed to be carefully cleaned, pressed, and stored in conditions that would prevent damage from moisture, insects, or simple wear. The most valuable garments were stored in specially constructed chambers with controlled temperature and humidity, while less expensive items were maintained in elaborate wardrobes that were themselves works of art. Her jewelry collection expanded dramatically during this period, with each piece serving both decorative and political purposes that went far beyond simple ornamentation. Precious gems were chosen not just for their beauty, but for their symbolic meanings, their origins, and the messages they would send to potential suitors and their families. A sapphire from the Orient might demonstrate trade connections with distant lands and the family's international reach, while pearls could symbolize purity and spiritual devotion. Gold work showcased the skill of her kingdom's craftsmen and the sophistication of their techniques, while the overall effect communicated the level of luxury that any husband could expect to provide. The creation of new jewelry for Isabella involved master craftsmen from across Europe, representing one of the largest single investments in her political future. These artists would work for months creating intricate settings for precious stones, often developing new techniques specifically for her collection. The designs would incorporate elements from her family's heraldry, religious symbols, and cultural motifs that would communicate messages about her background, values, and suitability as a bride. The management of Isabella's appearance became a daily political exercise involving multiple layers of decision-making and consultation with various experts. Her hair, now grown long and lustrous, was styled according to the latest courtly fashions, often incorporating expensive ornaments and sometimes even small precious gems. Medieval aristocratic women's hairstyles were complex constructions that could take hours to create and were designed to display both beauty and wealth while following the ever-changing fashions that swept through European courts. The beginning of marriage negotiations. Even before Isabella's 12th birthday, diplomatic correspondence about her marriage prospects had been flowing between courts across Europe like an intricate web of political possibility. But now that she had reached the canonical age of marriage, these discussions took on a new urgency and specificity that transformed her from a theoretical future asset into an immediate diplomatic reality. The process began with her father's council, conducting a comprehensive review of the current political landscape, identifying kingdoms and noble houses where a marriage alliance might be advantageous. This wasn't simply a matter of finding the most powerful or wealthy potential husband. It required complex analysis of shifting alliances, territorial disputes, trade relationships, economic conditions, military capabilities, and the long-term strategic implications of different possible unions. The council meetings where these discussions took place were among the most secretive and important gatherings in the kingdom, held in chambers specially constructed to prevent eavesdropping and attended only by the most trusted advisors. The room would be swept for hiding places before each meeting, guards would be posted at all entrances, and participants would be required to surrender any weapons or potentially dangerous items before entering. The discussions that took place in these meetings could literally determine the future of kingdoms. Senior political counselors, military commanders, church officials, and diplomatic experts would gather around massive tables covered with maps, intelligence reports, genealogical charts, and economic analyses. These men represented the accumulated wisdom and experience of the kingdom's leadership, and their discussions would range over every aspect of European politics, from current military conflicts to long-term demographic trends that might affect the balance of power in coming decades. Maps covering entire walls would be marked with colored pins indicating friendly kingdoms, hostile territories, neutral states whose allegiance might be swayed through marriage alliance, and areas of particular strategic importance. Different colored threads would connect the pins, showing trade routes, military alliances, family relationships, and other connections that might be affected by Isabella's marriage. The visual representation of European politics created by these maps was both beautiful and terrifying in its complexity. Every detail of potential suitors' lives would be examined with the thoroughness of a military campaign and the attention to detail of a scholarly investigation. Intelligence reports would detail not just their public accomplishments and political positions, but intimate details about their health, personal character, sexual history, relationship with family members, treatment of servants, religious devotion, intellectual interests, and even their daily habits and personal hygiene. This information was gathered through networks of informants that included merchants, pilgrims, scholars, diplomats, servants, and other travelers who moved freely between kingdoms. The intelligence gathering operation was as sophisticated as any modern espionage network, with coded messages, secret meeting places, and carefully maintained lists of reliable sources in every major court in Europe. The analysis of potential matches involved complex calculations that took into account dozens of different variables and their potential interactions over time. Military considerations included the strength of potential allies' armies, the strategic locations, their current conflicts or treaty obligations, their military technologies and tactics, and their historical record in warfare. The goal was to identify alliances that would strengthen Isabella's kingdom militarily while avoiding commitments that might drag them into unwanted conflicts. Economic factors were equally complex and required the expertise of specialists in international trade, currency exchange, and resource management. The analysis would encompass trade relationships, taxation systems, agricultural productivity, natural resources, manufacturing capabilities, population trends, and the overall prosperity of potential suitors' kingdoms. The goal was to identify marriages that would bring economic benefits while avoiding alliances that might prove financially burdensome. Political elements involved succession laws, internal stability, relationships with other royal houses, the strength of different noble factions, the relationship between secular and religious authorities, and the overall effectiveness of governmental systems. The Council needed to understand not just the current political situation in potential allies' kingdoms, but also the likely future developments that might affect the value of different alliances. Geographic considerations were particularly important in an era when communication and transportation were slow and difficult. The location of potential suitors' territories, their accessibility by land and sea, their climate and natural defenses, and their proximity to friends and enemies all affected the practical implications of different marriage possibilities. A strategically located alliance might be worth more than a richer but more isolated one. Religious factors, while theoretically secondary to political considerations, often proved crucial in practice. The relationship between potential suitors and church authorities, their reputation for piety or worldliness, their families' history of supporting or opposing various religious movements, and their position on current theological debates could all affect the success of marriage negotiations and the long-term stability of alliances. Isabella herself was not merely a passive subject of these negotiations, despite her young age and the limited political authority granted to women in medieval society. As she entered adolescence, she began to be consulted about the possibilities being discussed, though her opinions would be carefully weighed against political necessities and the broader strategic interests of her family and kingdom. Medieval marriage law required the bride's consent, and a princess who actively opposed a particular marriage could create significant diplomatic complications. The process of consulting Isabella about marriage possibilities was delicate and required careful management by experienced female advisors who understood both the legal requirements and the political realities involved. She would be informed about potential suitors in ways that allowed her to express preferences without creating binding obligations or limiting her family's diplomatic flexibility. Her reactions and opinions would be carefully noted and analyzed by her advisors, who understood that her emotional state and personal preferences could significantly affect the success of any eventual marriage. The diplomatic machinery set in motion by these initial negotiations was extensive and sophisticated, representing one of the most complex forms of international relations in the medieval world. Trusted ambassadors would be dispatched to courts where potential matches had been identified, carrying carefully crafted letters that explored possibilities without making firm commitments. These initial contacts were delicate affairs requiring extraordinary diplomatic skill, as premature disclosure of marriage negotiations could affect political relationships between kingdoms regardless of where the marriages ultimately resulted. The selection of ambassadors for these sensitive missions required careful consideration of multiple factors beyond simple diplomatic experience. They needed diplomatic skills honed through years of international negotiations, personal connections in the target courts that would provide access to key decision-makers, language abilities that would allow for nuanced communication, cultural knowledge that would prevent embarrassing mistakes, and complete trustworthiness that would ensure sensitive information remained secure. These diplomatic missions could last for months, with ambassadors establishing themselves in foreign courts and gradually building relationships that might eventually lead to formal marriage negotiations. They would need to gather intelligence about potential suitors while simultaneously presenting Isabella in the most favorable light possible, all while maintaining the fiction that they were simply conducting routine diplomatic business. Intelligence gathering and diplomatic reconnaissance. Before any formal marriage negotiations could begin, Isabella's family needed detailed intelligence about potential suitors and their kingdoms that went far beyond what was available through normal diplomatic channels. This intelligence-gathering operation was as sophisticated and extensive as any military campaign, involving networks of informants, diplomatic observers, commercial agents, cultural intermediaries, and specialized analysts throughout Europe. The scope of this intelligence operation was breathtaking in its comprehensiveness and attention to detail. Every aspect of potential suitors' lives would be investigated and documented, from their physical health and personal habits to their political relationships and economic circumstances. The goal was to create complete profiles that would allow Isabella's family to make informed decisions about marriage alliances while avoiding potentially disastrous mistakes. The intelligence reports compiled about potential suitors were exhaustively detailed documents that read like modern psychological profiles. Physical descriptions included not just general appearance and height, but specific details about health indicators, physical stamina, dental condition, vision and hearing, scars or other distinguishing marks, and any characteristics that might affect fertility, longevity, or the production of healthy heirs. Reports would note the condition of a prince's teeth important for both health and appearance, the clarity of his skin indicating general health and diet, his posture and bearing suggesting confidence and physical fitness, any signs of illness or weakness, and even details about his diet, exercise habits, and personal hygiene. Medical intelligence was particularly important, as the health of a potential husband could determine not only Isabella's personal happiness, but also the political future of any alliance and the prospects for producing healthy heirs to continue the dynasty. Court physicians would be consulted to interpret reports about potential suitors' health, looking for signs of hereditary conditions, chronic illnesses, mental instability, or other medical issues that might affect their ability to fulfill the duties of kingship or fatherhood. Character assessments were equally thorough and politically crucial, as they attempted to predict how a potential husband might treat Isabella, how effectively he might govern any territories that came with the marriage, and how reliable he might prove as a political ally. Informants would report on a potential suitor's temperament. Was he prone to anger, depression, or other emotional extremes? Intelligence: could he understand complex political situations and make sound decisions? Emotional stability: would he be able to handle the pressures of rulership? Religious devotion: was he genuinely pious or merely going through the motions? Personal habits: did he drink excessively, gamble, or engage in other potentially problematic behaviors? And relationships with family members, courtiers, and subjects. The gathering of character intelligence was an art form that required subtle observation and careful questioning of people who had personal contact with potential suitors. Servants could provide insights into a prince's private behavior and daily habits. Tutors could assess his intelligence and learning. Religious advisors could evaluate his spiritual development, and courtiers could report on his political relationships and decision-making processes. The challenge was obtaining this information without revealing the purpose of the inquiries, as knowledge that a particular prince was being considered as a marriage candidate could affect political relationships and diplomatic negotiations. Military intelligence focused on potential suitors' capabilities as war leaders and the military resources they might bring to an alliance. Reports would detail their personal experience in battle, their strategic and tactical abilities, their relationships with military commanders, the size and quality of their armies, their fortifications and defensive capabilities, their access to weapons and military technology, and their current military commitments or conflicts. The political intelligence gathered about potential suitors and their kingdoms was essential for understanding the long-term implications of different marriage possibilities and the challenges that Isabella might face as a foreign princess. Reports would detail current military conflicts and how they might affect the stability of different kingdoms, internal political tensions that might threaten the survival of ruling dynasties, relationships with neighboring kingdoms that might create obligations or opportunities, succession disputes that might lead to civil war, and the overall stability and effectiveness of different governmental systems. This political analysis required understanding not just current conditions, but also likely future developments that might affect the value of different alliances. Analysts would study demographic trends, economic developments, technological changes, and other factors that might influence the balance of power in coming decades. They would also examine the age and health of current rulers, the capabilities of potential successors, and the likelihood of succession disputes or other political upheavals. Economic intelligence was particularly important, as it revealed both the immediate benefits and long-term costs of different marriages while also indicating the resources that would be available to support Isabella in her new role. Reports would detail trade relationships and how they might be affected by political alliances, taxation systems and their efficiency in generating revenue, agricultural productivity and food security, natural resources and their exploitation, manufacturing capabilities and technological advancement, population size and economic activity, and the overall prosperity and economic trajectory of potential suitors' kingdoms. The methods used to gather this intelligence were varied, sophisticated, and sometimes surprisingly creative, reflecting the importance placed on accurate information for such crucial decisions. Merchants traveling between kingdoms would be systematically debriefed about conditions in foreign courts, economic situations, political developments, and any other information they might have observed during their travels. These commercial networks provided some of the most reliable and up-to-date intelligence available. Pilgrims returning from religious journeys would be questioned about the rulers and nobles they had encountered, their impressions of different courts, any political tensions or opportunities they had noticed, and the general condition of the kingdoms they had visited. Religious travelers were particularly valuable sources because they often had access to both secular and religious authorities and were generally trusted by the people they encountered. Even minstrels, scholars, and other entertainers could provide valuable information about the courts where they had performed, as they often had access to private gatherings and informal conversations that revealed more about character and political relationships than formal diplomatic encounters. These cultural intermediaries were particularly valuable for gathering intelligence about personal relationships, family dynamics, and the informal power structures that often determined political decision-making more than official hierarchies. Some of the most valuable intelligence came from the extensive networks of noble women who maintained correspondence across Europe, creating informal diplomatic channels that operated parallel to official government communications. These networks allowed for the exchange of detailed information about eligible princes, often including personal details about character, health, family relationships, and marriage prospects that would never appear in formal diplomatic reports. The women involved in these networks understood the importance of accurate information for marriage negotiations and were often more willing to share candid assessments than male diplomats who might have other political motivations. Religious networks also provided valuable intelligence channels, as clergy moved freely between kingdoms and often had access to both political and personal information about rulers and nobles. Monks, priests, and other religious figures could provide insights into the character and behavior of potential suitors that might not be available through secular sources. The compilation and analysis of this intelligence was a sophisticated operation that required experts in politics, economics, international relations, military affairs, and human psychology. Senior advisors would spend weeks analyzing reports about individual suitors, looking for patterns and implications that might not be immediately obvious to casual observers. They would cross-reference information from multiple sources, identify potential contradictions or biases, and attempt to construct comprehensive profiles that could guide marriage negotiations. The intelligence analysis process involved creating detailed dossiers on each potential suitor that included not only factual information but also assessments of reliability, risk factors, strategic implications, and compatibility with Isabella's personality and interests. These dossiers would be regularly updated as new information became available, and they would be carefully protected to prevent unauthorized access that might compromise the ongoing negotiations or reveal intelligence gathering methods. The art of correspondence courtship. One of the most fascinating and politically complex aspects of medieval royal courtship was the extensive correspondence that often preceded any face-to-face meeting between potential spouses. Isabella, with her carefully developed linguistic skills and diplomatic training, was now expected to participate directly in the sophisticated form of international communication through personal letters to prospective husbands. These letters were far more than simple personal correspondence or romantic expressions. Each one was a carefully crafted diplomatic document that needed to strike a precise balance between multiple, sometimes contradictory objectives. They needed to reveal enough of Isabella's personality and accomplishments to intrigue potential suitors while maintaining the mystery and formality appropriate for international negotiations. The tone had to be warm enough to suggest the possibility of genuine affection and personal compatibility while remaining sufficiently dignified to reflect her royal status and political importance. The composition of these letters involved careful collaboration between Isabella and a team of experts that included her tutors, political advisors, diplomatic specialists, religious counselors, and sometimes even specialists in rhetoric, literary composition, and cultural analysis. The process could take weeks for a single letter, with multiple drafts created and revised until every phrase had been analyzed for its potential political implications, cultural appropriateness, and diplomatic effectiveness. Each letter would go through multiple stages of review and revision, with different experts focusing on different aspects of the correspondence. Language tutors would ensure grammatical correctness and stylistic elegance. Political advisors would analyze potential diplomatic implications. Cultural specialists would verify that the content was appropriate for the recipient's cultural background. And religious counselors would ensure that the spiritual elements were theologically sound and politically appropriate. The goal was to create correspondence that would advance courtship objectives while avoiding any commitments that might limit future diplomatic flexibility or create unrealistic expectations. The letters needed to demonstrate Isabella's intelligence and education without appearing to challenge male authority, showcase her cultural accomplishments without seeming vain or self-promoting, express appropriate interest in the recipient without compromising her dignity or her family's negotiating position, and reveal enough of her personality to create genuine interest while maintaining the reserve expected of a royal bride. The languages in which these letters were written carried their own political significance and required careful consideration based on the intended recipient, the message being conveyed, and the broader diplomatic context. Latin correspondence demonstrated Isabella's classical education, religious devotion, and connection to the intellectual traditions that united medieval European culture. Latin was the language of scholarship, diplomacy, and international communication, and fluency in written Latin was expected of any educated member of the nobility. French letters showcased Isabella's mastery of the language of courtly culture, her familiarity with romantic and chivalric traditions, and her understanding of the sophisticated cultural codes that governed aristocratic society. French was considered the language of elegance, refinement, and courtly love, and the ability to write beautifully in French was seen as essential for any woman who hoped to succeed in international aristocratic circles. Occasionally, letters might be written in the native language of the recipient, showing particular respect for their cultural background, demonstrating diplomatic sophistication, and indicating special attention to the relationship. The decision to write in a specific language could itself convey important political messages about the importance placed on the correspondence and the level of cultural sensitivity being shown. The choice of language for each letter was carefully considered not only based on Isabella's linguistic abilities and the recipient's preferences, but also on the broader political messages that the correspondence was intended to convey. The decision might be influenced by current political relationships between kingdoms, the cultural pretensions of different courts, or the desire to emphasize particular aspects of Isabella's education and background. The content of these letters required extraordinary diplomatic skill, cultural knowledge, and psychological insight. Isabella needed to navigate complex and sometimes contradictory expectations about appropriate feminine behavior, royal dignity, personal expression, and political communication. The challenge was to create letters that were interesting and engaging while remaining appropriate for international diplomatic correspondence. Typical topics for these letters included carefully crafted descriptions of Isabella's daily activities that would reveal her character and interests without providing too much personal detail or appearing inappropriately intimate. She might describe her religious devotions in ways that demonstrated piety and spiritual development without suggesting excessive religiosity that might be off-putting to secular-minded soothers. Her cultural interests and accomplishments could be discussed in terms that showed sophistication and refinement without boastfulness or inappropriate self-promotion. Religious topics were particularly important in this correspondence, as they provided safe ground for personal expression while demonstrating spiritual worthiness and compatibility. Isabella might describe her participation in religious ceremonies, her study of theological texts, her charitable activities, or her spiritual reflections in ways that revealed her character while remaining appropriately modest and devout. Cultural accomplishments provided another avenue for self-presentation that was both personally revealing and politically appropriate. Isabella could describe her musical performances, artistic creations, or literary interests in ways that demonstrated her education and refinement, while also showing her dedication to the kinds of activities that were considered appropriate for aristocratic women. The physical presentation of these letters was almost as important as their content, as the appearance and quality of the correspondence itself communicated messages about Isabella's education, her family's resources, the importance placed on the relationship, and the cultural sophistication of her court. Every aspect of the letter's appearance would be carefully planned and executed to create the most favorable impression possible. The parchment had to be of the finest quality available, prepared according to ancient techniques that produced the writing surface smooth enough for the most delicate penmanship, while also demonstrating the wealth and attention to detail that characterized truly aristocratic correspondence. The preparation of this parchment was itself an art form that required specialized knowledge and expensive materials. The ink was carefully prepared from the finest ingredients available, often including precious materials like gold dust, silver powder, or rare pigments that demonstrated the sender's wealth and attention to detail. The color and consistency of the ink could itself convey messages about the importance of the correspondence and the resources devoted to its creation. Isabella's handwriting itself was considered a reflection of her character, education, and suitability as a potential wife and political partner. Years of daily practice had developed a script that was both elegant and easily readable, with carefully controlled letter forms that demonstrated her refinement, attention to detail, and respect for the recipient. The spacing between letters and words, the margins around the text, and the overall layout of her letters were all planned to create the most favorable impression possible while conforming to the established conventions of diplomatic correspondence. Seals were carefully chosen to reflect both personal and political identity, with Isabella's personal seal incorporating elements from her family's heraldry while including symbols that reflected her individual personality, accomplishments, and spiritual devotion. The design of these seals was itself a form of political communication that required careful consideration of symbolic meanings and artistic execution. The letters Isabella received in return provided crucial intelligence about her potential suitors that went far beyond the formal diplomatic reports compiled by official ambassadors. The quality of the writing revealed their education, cultural sophistication, attention to detail, and understanding of diplomatic protocol. The content offered insights into their personalities, political views, intellectual interests, emotional maturity, and genuine level of interest in the marriage possibility. Some of these correspondence relationships continued for months or even years before any face-to-face meeting occurred, creating complex emotional and political situations that required careful management by experienced advisors. Historical records show that many medieval royal couples wrote to each other extensively before meeting, developing what appeared to be genuine affection through their letters despite having no common spoken language other than Latin and no opportunity for personal interaction. Portrait exchange and visual diplomacy. The exchange of painted portraits was another crucial element of medieval royal courtship, serving as both artistic diplomacy and practical necessity in an era when potential spouses might live hundreds of miles apart and have no opportunity to meet before marriage negotiations were well advanced. Isabella's portrait would be painted by the most skilled artists available, with the understanding that these images might be her introduction to potential husbands across Europe and could significantly influence the success or failure of marriage negotiations. The process of creating these diplomatic portraits was elaborate, expensive, and politically sensitive, involving careful collaboration between artists, political advisors, cultural experts, and specialists in international relations. The artists chosen for this crucial task were selected not just for their technical skill and artistic reputation, but for their understanding of the political implications of their work, their experience with diplomatic portraiture, their knowledge of artistic conventions in different courts, and their ability to navigate the complex requirements of creating images that needed to be both artistically successful and politically effective. The portrait needed to be flattering enough to attract interest and create a positive first impression, while remaining accurate enough to avoid diplomatic embarrassment when Isabella eventually met her suitor in person. This balance was crucial, as historical examples like Henry Roman VIII's disappointment with Anne of Cleves when he met her in person demonstrated the potential diplomatic complications that could arise from overly optimistic artistic representation. The selection of artists for Isabella's portraits involved careful consideration of their reputations among international artistic communities, their previous work for other royal families, and the success of those diplomatic portraits, their understanding of contemporary artistic conventions and cultural preferences, and their ability to capture both physical likeness and the subtle political messages that needed to be communicated through the image. Medieval portrait painting for diplomatic purposes involved careful attention to symbolic elements as well as physical likeness, creating complex images that operated on multiple levels of meaning simultaneously. Every element of the portrait would be carefully chosen and positioned to convey specific messages about Isabella's character, background, accomplishments, and suitability as a potential bride and political partner. Isabella's clothing in these portraits would be selected to display her family's wealth and status while also communicating messages about their political allegiances, cultural sophistication, territorial claims, and international connections. The choice of fabrics, colors, and styles would reflect not only current fashion but also political and cultural messages that would be understood by educated viewers in foreign courts. Jewelry and other accessories would be selected for their symbolic meanings as well as their visual impact, with each element contributing to an overall message about Isabella's value as a potential bride and political partner. Religious symbols would demonstrate piety and spiritual worthiness, while precious gems would indicate wealth and international trading connections. The arrangement and selection of these elements required understanding of symbolic languages that varied between different courts and cultures. The background of the portrait might include elements that reference to a kingdom's achievements, territorial claims, religious devotion, or cultural accomplishments. Architectural elements could suggest wealth, stability, and the sophisticated cultural environment that any husband could expect to enjoy. Landscape features might reference territorial control, natural resources, or strategic geographical advantages. Religious symbols would demonstrate the spiritual foundation of her family's authority and their relationship with church authorities. Books, musical instruments, or other cultural objects might be included to indicate Isabella's education, artistic accomplishments, and intellectual interests. These elements needed to be selected carefully to demonstrate sophistication without suggesting inappropriate learning or interests that might be considered unfeminine by medieval standards. The poses and expressions used in these portraits followed established conventions that communicated important information about the subject's character, availability, and suitability for marriage. The positioning of hands, the angle of the head, the direction of the gaze, and the overall bearing all carried potential symbolic meanings that would be interpreted by educated viewers according to established cultural codes. A direct gaze might suggest confidence, intelligence, and strength of character, qualities that were generally valued in potential queens and political partners. A more modest demeanor could emphasize traditional feminine virtues like obedience, piety, and devotion, which were considered essential for successful marriages and peaceful household management. The artist had to balance these various considerations while creating an image that would be memorable and attractive while also standing out among the many portraits that foreign courts regularly received from potential marriage partners. The goal was to create a portrait that would capture and hold the attention of potential suitors while communicating all the necessary political and personal messages. The technical aspects of creating these portraits were extraordinarily complex and expensive, representing a significant investment in Isabella's political future and her family's diplomatic objectives. The pigments used were often rare and expensive, imported from distant lands at enormous cost and prepared according to closely guarded recipes that had been developed over generations of artistic experimentation. The most valuable pigments included lapis lazuli for deep blues, cinnabar for brilliant reds, gold leaf for luxurious highlights, and various rare earth minerals for other colors. These materials were often worth more than their weight in precious metals, and their use in portraits was itself a form of political communication about the resources and priorities of the commissioning family. The creation of multiple copies of Isabella's portrait required careful quality control to ensure that each version accurately represented her appearance and maintained the same political messaging. Master artists would create the original portrait using the most expensive materials and techniques, while skilled assistants would produce copies under close supervision, with each copy being carefully inspected to ensure that it met the standards required for diplomatic use. The distribution of Isabella's portraits was carefully managed to maximize their diplomatic impact while avoiding potential complications that might arise from inappropriate sharing of her image. Copies would be sent only to courts where serious marriage negotiations were underway, while the decision of which court should receive portraits was itself a form of diplomatic communication that indicated varying levels of interest and commitment. The portraits Isabella received of potential suitors were subjected to equally careful analysis by specialists trained in reading diplomatic images and extracting political intelligence from artistic representations. Court advisors experienced in interpreting such images would examine them for clues about the subject's health, character, family, wealth, cultural sophistication, and the artistic and cultural sophistication of his court. Court presentations and diplomatic visits. As Isabella's reputation spread through diplomatic channels and portrait exchanges created initial interest, she began to receive visits from foreign dignitaries who wanted to evaluate her personally on behalf of potential suitors. These encounters were elaborate diplomatic theaters where every detail was carefully staged to create the most favorable impression possible while also gathering intelligence about the visitors and the courts they represented. The preparation for such visits began weeks or even months in advance, involving complex logistical planning, diplomatic coordination, and careful attention to cultural sensitivities and political implications. The castle would be thoroughly cleaned, repaired, and redecorated, with the finest tapestries displayed, the most impressive furnishings brought out for the occasion, and every surface polished to perfection. The goal was to create an environment that demonstrated the kingdom's wealth, stability, cultural sophistication, and military strength while providing an appropriate setting for Isabella to showcase her accomplishments, personality, and suitability as a potential bride. Every room that the visitors might see would be carefully prepared, with appropriate furnishings, decorations, and symbolic elements that would communicate positive messages about the kingdom and its royal family. The selection of which rooms to show the visitors was itself a form of diplomatic communication. The throne room would demonstrate royal authority and the stability of the government, while private apartments might suggest the comfort and luxury that Isabella would bring to a marriage. The castle's defences would be subtly displayed to indicate military strength, while gardens and artistic displays would show cultural refinement. Isabella's preparation for these diplomatic encounters was equally intensive and required careful coordination between her various tutors, advisors, and attendants. Her clothing would be selected to create a perfect balance between magnificence and appropriate modesty, demonstrating her family's wealth while maintaining the dignity expected of an unmarried princess. The selection process might take days, with multiple options considered and advice sought from experts in fashion, diplomacy, and cultural sensitivity. Her jewelry would be chosen to demonstrate both wealth and refined taste while also communicating specific political messages through the selection and arrangement of precious stones, metals, and symbolic elements. The goal was to create an overall effect that would be impressive without being ostentatious, sophisticated without being intimidating, and appropriate for her age and unmarried status. Her hairstyle and cosmetics would be perfected by the most skilled attendants available, with careful attention to current fashion trends, cultural preferences of the visiting delegation, and the need to present Isabella in the most attractive light possible while maintaining appropriate modesty and dignity. The choreography of these meetings followed established diplomatic protocols that were as complex as any court ceremony and required careful rehearsal and coordination. The timing of Isabella's entrance, the manner of her greeting to the visiting dignitaries, the conversation topics that would be discussed, the activities that would be demonstrated, and the overall flow of the encounter were all planned in advance to create the most favorable impression possible. These diplomatic visits typically followed a carefully structured schedule that allowed for multiple opportunities to observe Isabella in different contexts and situations. Morning audiences might showcase her formal diplomatic skills and political understanding, while afternoon entertainments could demonstrate her cultural accomplishments and artistic abilities. Evening events provided opportunities for more relaxed interaction and assessment of her personality, social skills, and ability to manage complex social situations. The entertainment provided during these visits was itself a form of diplomacy that required careful planning and cultural sensitivity. Musical performances might feature compositions from the visitors' home countries, demonstrating cultural awareness and respect while also showcasing Isabella's musical abilities and the sophistication of her court's cultural life. Hunting expeditions could provide opportunities for more informal interaction and assessment while also demonstrating the kingdom's military capabilities, natural resources, and the physical skills of its nobility. Dancing would allow the visitors to observe Isabella's grace, stamina, and social skills while also providing one of the few acceptable forms of physical contact between unmarried aristocrats. Literary discussions might showcase Isabella's education and intellectual capabilities, while religious ceremonies would demonstrate her piety and spiritual development. Each activity was chosen to reveal different aspects of her character and accomplishments while also advancing the broader diplomatic objectives of the visit. These encounters served multiple diplomatic purposes that extended far beyond simple courtship evaluation. They provided opportunities for broader political discussions between the kingdoms involved, intelligence gathering about political and military developments, negotiation of trade agreements or other diplomatic arrangements, and the strengthening of political relationships that might prove valuable regardless of whether marriages resulted from the visits. Isabella's performance during these encounters was crucial for her future prospects and required her to demonstrate multiple skills and qualities simultaneously. She needed to show her linguistic abilities by conversing with visitors in their preferred languages, showcase her cultural accomplishments through musical performances or displays of her artistic creations, exhibit the combination of intelligence and modesty that medieval society expected from aristocratic women, and demonstrate her ability to manage complex social and political situations. The visiting dignitaries would be evaluating not just Isabella herself, but also the entire court environment that would surround any prince who married her. They would observe the efficiency of the household management, the sophistication of the cultural activities, the apparent loyalty and competence of the courtiers who would potentially become their prince's advisors and allies, the military capabilities and defensive preparations of the kingdom, and the overall stability and prosperity of the political system. The reports that these diplomatic visitors would eventually submit to their home courts were crucial documents that could determine the success or failure of marriage negotiations. These reports would include detailed assessments of Isabella's appearance, personality, accomplishments, and suitability as a potential wife and queen, as well as broader evaluations of the political and economic advantages that might result from the marriage alliance, betrothal process, and marriage contracts. When marriage negotiations reached a successful conclusion after months or years of careful diplomacy, intelligence gathering, and personal evaluation, the next phase was a formal betrothal ceremony that would legally bind Isabella to her chosen husband. This was not simply a preliminary to marriage or a romantic celebration, but rather a legally binding contract that created immediate obligations and rights for both parties while also establishing the framework for the future relationship and the alliance between their families. Medieval betrothal ceremonies were elaborate public events that served multiple political, social, legal, and religious functions simultaneously. They formally announced the alliance between two royal houses, demonstrated the wealth and power of both families, provided an opportunity for the broader aristocratic community to witness and celebrate the union, and established the legal foundation for the marriage that would follow. The preparation for Isabella's betrothal would begin weeks in advance and would involve complex logistical planning, diplomatic coordination, and careful attention to legal, religious, and cultural requirements. Invitations would be sent to noble families across Europe, with a guest list carefully constructed to include important allies while sending appropriate political messages to other courts and potential rivals. The presence or absence of particular nobles at the betrothal could have significant diplomatic implications that would be carefully analyzed by political observers throughout Europe. Attendance might indicate approval of the alliance and willingness to support the new political arrangement, while absence could suggest disapproval, competing loyalties, or potential opposition to the marriage. The ceremony itself would follow ancient traditions that had evolved over centuries of royal practice, combining Christian religious elements with secular political rituals and legal procedures. The location would be carefully chosen for its symbolic significance, with major cathedrals or important churches providing the religious authority needed for the ceremony's validity, while also demonstrating the spiritual foundation of the alliance. Isabella and her betrothed would exchange rings in the presence of a high-ranking church official, typically a bishop or archbishop specifically chosen for its political importance and theological authority. The rings themselves would be works of art created specifically for the occasion, incorporating precious metals, rare gems, and symbolic elements that represented the union of the two families and their kingdoms. The religious elements of the betrothal ceremony were considered essential for its validity and spiritual significance, as the Church's blessing transformed what might otherwise be seen as merely a political arrangement into a sacred commitment that carried divine sanction and moral authority. The prayers, blessings, and other religious elements would be carefully chosen to invoke divine protection for the couple and their future union, while also emphasizing the spiritual dimensions of marriage as a Christian sacrament. The exchange of vows during betrothal was considered legally binding and created obligations that could not be easily dissolved without church approval and significant political consequences. Isabella and her betrothed would promise to marry each other at the appropriate time and to remain faithful to each other in the interim period, with these promises carrying the same legal weight as marriage vows themselves. The specific language used in these vows would be carefully crafted by legal and religious experts to create appropriate legal obligations while maintaining flexibility for future circumstances that might require modifications to the arrangement. The promises needed to be specific enough to be legally enforceable while general enough to accommodate changing political situations or unforeseen complications. Gift exchanges were an important part of betrothal ceremonies, with both families presenting valuable objects that symbolized their commitment to the alliance and demonstrated their wealth and cultural sophistication. Isabella might receive jewelry, books, religious artifacts, or other precious items that would serve both as personal gifts and as political symbols of the new alliance. The selection and presentation of these gifts carried important symbolic meanings that would be carefully analyzed by observers for clues about the nature and significance of the alliance. Religious objects might emphasize the spiritual dimensions of the union, while valuable secular items would demonstrate wealth and commitment to the political arrangement. The celebration following the betrothal ceremony would be a magnificent display of both families' wealth and power, featuring elaborate feasts, musical performances, dancing, tournaments, and other entertainments that would continue for days or even weeks. These celebrations served important diplomatic functions beyond simple entertainment, providing opportunities for private meetings between political leaders, informal negotiations about other diplomatic matters, and the strengthening of relationships that could prove crucial for future political developments. The period between betrothal and marriage was crucial for Isabella's final preparation for her dual role as a wife, potential mother, and political partner. This time would be used to complete her education in household management, deepen her understanding of her future husband's kingdom, establish relationships with members of his family and court, and prepare emotionally for the dramatic changes that marriage would bring to every aspect of her life. The transformation complete. By the time Isabella reached her wedding day, the transformation from protected child to sophisticated political player would be complete. She would have mastered the complex skills necessary for survival in medieval aristocratic society, developed the intelligence and judgment needed for effective political action, and prepared herself for the challenges of marriage and motherhood in an era that offered limited options for women while demanding extraordinary capabilities from those in positions of power. The young woman, who would stand the all that bore little resemblance to the infant princess we met in our first chapter. Isabella had become a formidable political force in her own right, equipped with the knowledge, skills, connections, and personal strength necessary to protect her interests and advance her family's objectives in the dangerous and complex world of medieval international politics. Her survival would now depend on her ability to navigate the complex relationships of her new home while maintaining beneficial connections with her birth family, manage the extensive household and political responsibilities of her new position, successfully bear and raise children who would continue the political dynasties that her marriage had helped to create, and master the delicate art of wielding influence through the indirect channels available to medieval queens. The foundation had been carefully laid through years of intensive education and preparation. The tools had been forged through practical experience in court politics and diplomatic negotiation. Now it remained to be seen how effectively Isabella could use everything she had learned to create a meaningful life within the constraints and opportunities that medieval society offered to royal women. In our next part, we will follow Isabella as she begins her married life, learning to manage the complex challenges of being a foreign princess in a new kingdom while working to establish her authority and protect her interest in an environment that could be both supportive and hostile to her ambitions. The story of Isabella's courtship and marriage reminds us that even in positions of apparent privilege, medieval women faced challenges that required extraordinary intelligence, adaptability, and strength of character. Her success would depend not on fairy tale endings, but on political skill, diplomatic wisdom, and the careful cultivation of relationships that could provide support and protection in times of crisis. Her survival would now depend on her ability to navigate the complex relationships of her new home while maintaining beneficial connections with her birth family, manage the extensive household and political responsibilities of her new position, successfully bear and raise children who would continue the political dynasties that her marriage had helped to create, and master the delicate art of wielding influence through the indirect channels available to medieval queens. The foundation had been carefully laid through years of intensive education and preparation. The tools had been forged through practical experience in court politics and diplomatic negotiation. Now it remained to be seen how effectively Isabella could use everything she had learned to create a meaningful life within the constraints and opportunities that medieval society offered to royal women. In our next part, we will follow Isabella as she begins her married life, learning to manage the complex challenges of being a foreign princess in a new kingdom while working to establish her authority and protect her interests in an environment that could be both supportive and hostile to her ambitions. The story of Isabella's courtship and marriage reminds us that even in positions of apparent privilege, medieval women faced challenges that required extraordinary intelligence, adaptability, and strength of character. Her success would depend not on fairy tale endings, but on political skill, diplomatic wisdom, and the careful cultivation of relationships that could provide support and protection in times of crisis. As Isabella entered her 40th year, she had become what few medieval women ever achieved, a figure of genuine political authority whose influence extended far beyond the traditional boundaries of queenly power. The young girl, who had once been measured primarily by her potential for advantageous marriage, had transformed into a formidable political operator whose counsel was sought by kings, whose patronage could make or break careers, and whose network of relationships spanned the courts of Europe. But with this hard-won authority came new challenges that would test every skill she had developed over decades of survival in the dangerous world of medieval politics. The final phase of Isabella's life would bring succession crises, international conflicts, the devastating loss of her husband, and the complex transition from queen consort to queen dowager, a role that offered both new opportunities for influence and frightening new vulnerabilities. As we follow Isabella through these concluding years, we will see how a lifetime of careful preparation, strategic thinking, and political skill would be put to its ultimate test in her struggle to protect her legacy, secure her children's future, and maintain her relevance in a world that had little patience for women who outlived their perceived usefulness. Maturity and established authority. By her 40th birthday, Isabella had achieved what many medieval queens never managed, the transformation from a foreign princess struggling to establish herself into an indispensable partner in governance whose absence would be genuinely missed. Her decades of careful relationship building, diplomatic correspondence, and strategic intervention in political affairs had created a web of connections and obligations that made her voice crucial in the major decisions affecting her kingdom. The evolution of Isabella's political role during these mature years reflected both her personal growth and the changing nature of medieval queenship itself. She had learned to navigate the complex balance between wielding real influence and maintaining the appearance of feminine difference that medieval society demanded of even the most powerful women. Her advice was sought not just on matters traditionally considered feminine, such as marriage negotiations and cultural patronage, but increasingly on questions of military strategy, international diplomacy, and economic policy. Isabella's daily routine during this period reflected her established position as a crucial component of royal governance. Her morning audiences now included not just petitioners seeking traditional queenly intervention, but military commanders discussing campaign strategies, diplomats reporting on international developments, and economic advisors seeking guidance on taxation and trade policy. The transformation from ceremonial figurehead to working politician had been gradual but unmistakable. The physical space that Isabella occupied within the royal palace had evolved to reflect her enhanced status and increased responsibilities. Her private chambers had been expanded to include meeting rooms suitable for political conferences, libraries containing maps and documents essential for governance, and offices where her secretaries could manage the extensive correspondence that had become central to her political activities. The very architecture of her living space demonstrated the evolution of her role from traditional queen consort to active participant in governmental decision-making. Her personal staff had grown to reflect the complexity of her responsibilities, with specialized servants managing different aspects of her political, economic, and cultural activities. The steward who managed her household finances was now supported by clerks who tracked expenses and revenues across multiple territories. Her diplomatic correspondence was handled by secretaries fluent in multiple languages who understood the subtleties of international protocol. Even her personal wardrobe required the attention of specialists who understood how her appearance at various ceremonies could communicate important political messages. The management of Isabella's extensive land holdings had become a significant component of her political influence and economic independence. Unlike most married women of her era, whose property was controlled by their husbands, Isabella's position as queen had given her direct control over substantial estates that generated significant revenue and provided numerous opportunities for patronage. The careful administration of these properties required sophisticated understanding of agriculture, commerce, and local politics, while also providing the economic foundation for her political activities. The scale of Isabella's property management operations was enormous, involving dozens of estates across multiple regions, each with its own steward, local officials, and economic characteristics. The coordination of these far-flung holdings required constant communication, regular inspection tours, and careful attention to local political conditions that could affect productivity and loyalty. Isabella's success as a landowner had become inseparable from her effectiveness as a political leader. Her understanding of agricultural cycles, market conditions, and regional economic variations had developed to the point where her advice on economic policy was valued by the kingdom's financial advisors. The revenues from her estates provided not only personal income but also resources that could be deployed for political purposes, from funding diplomatic missions to supporting military campaigns that served the kingdom's strategic interests. The commercial relationships that developed through Isabella's estate management created networks of obligation and mutual benefit that extended her political influence throughout the economic life of the kingdom. Merchants who traded in goods produced on her lands, craftsmen who benefited from her patronage, and bankers who facilitated her financial transactions all became part of an informal political network that could be mobilized to support her objectives and those of her family. Her patronage of religious institutions had evolved from simple piety into a sophisticated political tool that allowed her to influence church policy, support educational initiatives, and create networks of obligation throughout the religious hierarchy. The monasteries, convents, and churches that benefited from her generosity became centers of support for her political objectives and sources of intelligence about developments throughout the kingdom and beyond. The religious houses that Isabella supported served multiple functions beyond their spiritual purposes. They provided education for the children of noble families, creating bonds of gratitude that could be valuable for future political relationships. They served as meeting places for informal political discussions, as religious gatherings provided cover for conversations that might be politically sensitive. They also functioned as centers for the production and preservation of written materials, from chronicles that recorded political events to legal documents that established property rights and succession claims. Isabella's influence within the church hierarchy had grown to the point where her recommendations carried significant weight in the appointment of bishops and abbots. This ecclesiastical patronage provided her with allies throughout the religious establishment who could support her political objectives while also advancing her family's spiritual welfare. The careful balance between genuine piety and political calculation that characterized her religious activities demonstrated the sophistication with which she approached all aspects of queenly responsibility. The cultural patronage that Isabella had begun as a young queen seeking to establish her sophistication had matured into a comprehensive program of support for artists, scholars, and craftsmen that influenced the intellectual and artistic development of her entire kingdom. Her court had become a center of learning and creativity that attracted talent from across Europe while also serving as a showcase for the cultural achievements that enhanced the kingdom's international prestige. The scholars who benefited from Isabella's patronage produced works that advanced knowledge while also serving political purposes. Historical chronicles that recorded the achievements of her family, legal treatises that supported royal authority, and theological works that reinforced the divine nature of kingship all contributed to an intellectual environment that supported her political objectives. The careful selection of which scholarly projects to support reflected Isabella's understanding of how intellectual activities could advance temporal goals. Artists working under Isabella's patronage created works that served both aesthetic and political purposes. Illuminated manuscripts that recorded family genealogies, architectural projects that demonstrated royal wealth and stability, and decorative objects that displayed the kingdom's cultural sophistication all contributed to a visual culture that supported political authority while also creating lasting monuments to Isabella's reign. The cultural activities centered around Isabella's court had become so significant that they influenced artistic and intellectual developments throughout Europe. Scholars and artists trained in her court carried her influence to other kingdoms when they traveled or relocated, while the works produced under her patronage were copied and distributed throughout the medieval world. This cultural legacy provided a form of soft power that supplemented the more direct forms of political influence she exercised. Isabella's correspondence networks, which had begun as tools for maintaining family connections and gathering political intelligence, had expanded into an informal diplomatic system that sometimes proved more effective than official governmental channels. Her ability to communicate directly with other royal women, maintain relationships with former allies, and exchange information about political developments had made her an invaluable source of intelligence and a crucial channel for informal negotiation. The letters that flowed to and from Isabella's court carried information about political developments, economic conditions, cultural trends, and personal relationships that could not be obtained through formal diplomatic channels. This intelligence network provided early warning of potential crises, opportunities for informal problem solving, and channels for communication that could prevent minor disagreements from escalating into major conflicts. The maintenance of these correspondence networks required enormous investments of time and resources, from the employment of secretaries who could write in multiple languages to the cost of maintaining reliable messenger services. The political benefits of this investment were demonstrated repeatedly when Isabella's informal diplomatic interventions helped to resolve conflicts or facilitate negotiations that might otherwise have failed. Navigating political crises and family conflicts. The mature phase of Isabella's queenship brought a series of political crises that would test every skill she had developed over decades of court life. Medieval kingdoms were inherently unstable, with succession disputes, international conflicts, and internal rebellions creating constant threats to established authority. Isabella's ability to navigate these challenges while protecting her family's interests and maintaining her own position would determine whether her decades of careful political work would ultimately succeed or fail. The first major crisis of Isabella's mature years came when her eldest son reached adulthood and began demanding greater political authority and territorial control. The relationship between reigning monarchs and their adult heirs was always complex in medieval politics, as the younger generation naturally sought power while the older generation was reluctant to relinquish control. Isabella found herself in the difficult position of mediating between her husband and son while also protecting her own interests and those of her younger children. Tensions that arose from this generational conflict were intensified by the competing advice that the heir received from different court factions, some of whom saw opportunity in supporting the prince's ambitions, while others remained loyal to the established order. Isabella's role as mediator required her to understand not just the personal dynamics between father and son, but also the broader political implications of different possible resolutions to the conflict. Medieval royal families were notorious for their internal conflicts, as the stakes involved in succession and territorial control created incentives for betrayal and violence that could tear dynasties apart. Isabella's diplomatic skills were crucial in preventing family disputes from escalating into civil war, but the process required her to make difficult choices about loyalty and support that could have lasting consequences for her relationships with her children. The management of these family conflicts required Isabella to understand not just the personal dynamics involved, but also the broader political implications of different possible outcomes. Supporting her eldest son's ambitions might ensure his future loyalty, but could undermine her husband's authority and create precedents that would complicate future succession arrangements. Maintaining absolute loyalty to her husband might preserve current stability, but could alienate the heir and create long-term problems for the dynasty. The resolution of these succession tensions often required complex negotiations that balanced the competing interests of different family members while also considering the broader political implications for the kingdom's stability. Isabella's experience in diplomatic negotiation proved invaluable in crafting compromises that satisfied immediate needs while also protecting long-term dynastic interests. International crises provided another arena where Isabella's political skills proved crucial for protecting her kingdom's interests. Medieval diplomacy was conducted through a complex network of marriage alliances, trade relationships, and military agreements that required constant attention and frequent negotiation. Isabella's extensive connections with other royal courts made her an invaluable source of intelligence about foreign intentions and a crucial channel for informal negotiation during times of tension. The outbreak of war with a neighboring kingdom created particular challenges for Isabella, as it threatened not only her personal safety, but also the political relationships she had spent decades building. Medieval warfare was brutal and unpredictable, with civilian populations, including royal families, facing real risks of capture, exile, or death. Isabella's preparations for potential military defeat included making arrangements for the protection of her children and the preservation of her political influence even in the event of political catastrophe. The economic pressures created by military campaigns placed enormous strains on the royal household and Isabella's personal finances. The costs of maintaining armies, fortifying defenses, and providing for refugees created budgetary crises that required careful management of resources and difficult decisions about priorities. Isabella's skills as a financial manager and her ability to generate revenue through her land holdings became crucial for maintaining the kingdom's military effectiveness. Religious conflicts added another layer of complexity to the political challenges facing Isabella during this period. Medieval politics and religion were inseparably intertwined, with church-state relations affecting everything from taxation and legal jurisdiction to international diplomacy and popular loyalty. Isabella's relationships with religious authorities, built through decades of charitable giving and pious behavior, provided crucial support during times of political crisis. The management of noble rebellions required Isabella to use all her diplomatic skills to prevent local grievances from escalating into broader challenges to royal authority. Medieval nobles possessed significant military resources and enjoyed traditional rights that could be used to justify resistance to royal policies they opposed. Isabella's ability to negotiate compromises, provide alternative solutions to grievances, and maintain the loyalty of key supporters was essential for preserving the stability of royal government. The personal costs of these political crises were enormous, as Isabella struggled to maintain her health and emotional equilibrium while dealing with threats to her family's safety and political position. The constant stress of political uncertainty, combined with the physical demands of travel and negotiation, took a significant toll on her health and required careful management of her activities and responsibilities. The lessons learned from successfully navigating these crises provided valuable experience that would serve Isabella well in the challenges that lay ahead, but they also demonstrated the precarious nature of medieval political authority and the constant vigilance required to maintain power and influence in an inherently unstable system. The challenge of aging and succession planning. As Isabella entered her 5th decade of life, she began to face the particular challenges that confronted aging medieval queens. The combination of declining physical health, changing political relationships, and the inevitable approach of succession issues created new pressures that required different strategies from those that had served her well in her younger years. The physical demands of medieval royal life had always been considerable, with constant travel, lengthy ceremonies, and the stresses of political crisis taking their toll on even the most resilient individuals. Isabella's health, which had been carefully maintained through decades of medical attention and proper care, began to show the effects of multiple pregnancies, recurrent illnesses, and the accumulated stress of political responsibility. Medieval medical knowledge provided limited options for managing the health problems associated with aging, particularly for women who had endured the physical trauma of multiple childbirths. Isabella's physicians could offer symptomatic relief for various ailments, but the fundamental processes of aging remained largely beyond their ability to treat effectively. The gradual decline in physical stamina and the increasing frequency of illness created new constraints on Isabella's ability to fulfill her political responsibilities. The management of her declining health required Isabella to make difficult decisions about which activities were most important and which could be safely delegated to others. The carefully maintained balance between personal involvement and delegation that had characterized her mature political style needed to be adjusted to accommodate her physical limitations while maintaining her political effectiveness. The succession planning that became increasingly urgent during this period required Isabella to balance competing interests and prepare for multiple possible scenarios. Medieval succession was never automatic or simple, as questions about the rights of different potential heirs, the claims of female versus male descendants, and the preferences of noble supporters could all influence the eventual outcome. Isabella's role in shaping these succession arrangements would have lasting consequences for her children's future and the stability of the kingdom. The education and preparation of Isabella's children for their potential roles in succession became one of her primary concerns during this period. Each child required different types of preparation based on their position in the succession, their gender, and their personal capabilities. Sons needed military training, political education, and experience in governance, while daughters required preparation for advantageous marriages that would strengthen the kingdom's diplomatic position. The complexity of preparing multiple children for uncertain futures required Isabella to consider not just their immediate education, but also the long-term implications of different possible succession scenarios. The child who seemed most likely to inherit might face challenges that required different skills from those needed by a younger son who might need to make his own way in the world through military service or ecclesiastical advancement. The complex negotiations involved in arranging marriages for Isabella's children required all her diplomatic skills and extensive international connections. Each potential marriage alliance needed to be evaluated for its immediate political benefits, its long-term strategic implications, and its compatibility with the family's succession plans. The process involved not just identifying suitable partners, but also negotiating the complex financial, territorial, and political terms that would govern these unions. The marriage negotiations for Isabella's children were complicated by the need to balance their personal preferences with political necessities, a challenge that Isabella understood intuitively from her own experience. The lessons she had learned about the importance of creating marriages that could succeed both politically and personally influenced her approach to these negotiations, as she sought to create alliances that would serve her family's strategic interests while also providing her children with the possibility of personal happiness. Isabella's relationship with her adult children became increasingly important as they began to play independent roles in politics and diplomacy. The transition from maternal authority to political partnership required delicate management, as Isabella needed to maintain influence over her children while also respecting their growing independence and authority. The success of these relationships would determine whether Isabella's political legacy would be continued and protected by the next generation. The gradual transfer of certain responsibilities to the younger generation provided opportunities for Isabella to focus on the aspects of queenship where her experience and connections provided the greatest value. Rather than attempting to maintain control over all aspects of royal governance, she began to concentrate on areas where her unique capabilities and relationships made her irreplaceable, particularly in diplomatic relations and the management of complex political negotiations. This strategic reallocation of responsibilities allowed Isabella to remain politically relevant while also preparing the next generation for leadership roles they would eventually assume. The careful management of this transition required her to balance the desire to maintain control with the recognition that effective succession required the gradual empowerment of her heirs. Widowhood and the transformation to Queen Dowager. The death of Isabella's husband marked one of the most dangerous and transformative periods of her entire life. Medieval widowhood brought both opportunities and vulnerabilities that could dramatically alter a woman's political position and personal security. For queens, the transition from wife of the reigning monarch to mother of the new king created particular challenges that required careful navigation to avoid political marginalization or personal danger. The immediate aftermath of royal death was always a period of intense political uncertainty as various factions maneuvered for position in the new regime. Isabella's survival and continued influence would depend on her ability to secure her son's succession while also protecting her own interests and maintaining the political relationships that had sustained her power throughout her adult life. The moments immediately following her husband's death were crucial for establishing the terms under which Isabella would exist in the new political order. The speed with which succession was confirmed, the ceremonies that marked the transition of power, and the public statements made about Isabella's future role would all influence her position for the remainder of her life. Medieval royal deaths often triggered succession crises that could destabilize entire kingdoms, making Isabella's role in ensuring a smooth transition of power crucial for the stability of the realm. Her political relationships, diplomatic experience, and understanding of governmental operations made her an invaluable resource for the new monarch, but these assets would only be useful if she could maintain her position and access to power. The legal and financial implications of Isabella's transition to widowhood were complex and potentially threatening. As Queen Dowager, she would retain certain traditional rights and privileges, but her access to resources and her ability to influence policy would depend largely on her relationship with the new monarch and his advisors. The properties and revenues that had provided the foundation for her political activities might be subject to renegotiation or reduction. Medieval law provided some protections for royal widows, including the right to their properties that would support them for the remainder of their lives. However, the practical implementation of these legal protections often depended on political relationships and the goodwill of the new regime. Isabella's security would depend as much on her political skills as on her legal rights. The negotiation of Isabella's dower settlement required careful attention to both immediate needs and long-term security. The properties and revenues assigned to support her needed to be sufficient not only for personal maintenance, but also for the political activities that would allow her to remain relevant and influential. The selection of which properties would become part of her dower could affect both her income and her geographical base of political support. Medieval Queen's Dowager occupied an ambiguous position in the political hierarchy that could be either powerful or marginalized depending on circumstances. A queen mother whose son respected her counsel and valued her experience could wield enormous influence behind the scenes, while one who lost favor or was perceived as a threat could find herself isolated and vulnerable. Isabella's success in managing this transition would determine the trajectory of her remaining years. The relationship between Isabella and her son, now king, became the crucial factor determining her future political role. The new monarch's willingness to seek and accept her advice would determine whether her decades of experience would continue to benefit the kingdom or would be lost to political marginalization. The careful cultivation of this relationship required Isabella to balance maternal authority with political deference in ways that would maintain her influence without threatening her son's authority. The ceremonial aspects of Isabella's transition to Queen Dowager required careful attention to questions of precedence, protocol, and symbolic messaging. The new queen consort, her son's wife, would now hold the primary position among the kingdom's women, while Isabella's status would be defined by her past role rather than her current position. The management of these ceremonial changes was crucial for establishing Isabella's continuing relevance and authority in the new political order. The development of new ceremonial protocols that acknowledged both Isabella's past significance and the new queen's current authority required diplomatic skills and cultural sensitivity. The successful negotiation of these changes would establish precedents that would influence royal protocol for generations while also determining Isabella's daily experience of court life. The household arrangements that would govern Isabella's life as a queen dowager needed to balance her desire for independence with practical constraints on resources and security. The establishment of her own court, separate from but connected to the royal household, required complex negotiations about staff, accommodations, and financial support. The success of these arrangements would affect both Isabella's comfort and her ability to maintain political relationships. The creation of Isabella's dowager household involved decisions about which servants would accompany her, which new staff would need to be hired, and how the costs of maintaining her establishment would be allocated. These seemingly administrative decisions had significant political implications, as the quality and status of her household would influence how the nobles perceived and treated her. Isabella's relationships with her daughters-in-law became particularly important during this transition, as these women now occupied positions that had once been hers. The potential for conflict between generations of royal women was enormous, particularly if the younger women felt threatened by Isabella's experience and connections, or if Isabella resented her reduced role. The management of these relationships required diplomatic skills and emotional maturity from all parties involved. Elder stateswomen and international diplomatic asset. Despite the challenges of widowhood, Isabella's mature years brought certain advantages that allowed her to exercise a different, but potentially significant form of political influence. Her decades of experience, extensive international connections, and reputation for wisdom and discretion made her a valuable diplomatic asset whose counsel was sought by rulers across Europe. The role of elder stateswoman that Isabella gradually assumed during this period provided opportunities for influence that transcended the traditional limitations of female political participation. Her age and experience gave weight to her opinions that younger women could not command, while her freedom from the immediate pressures of childbearing and household management allowed her to focus more intensively on political affairs. The transformation from active queen to elder advisor required Isabella to develop new strategies for exercising influence that relied more on persuasion and less on direct authority. Her ability to provide valuable counsel, facilitate diplomatic negotiations, and serve as a bridge between different generations of political leaders became the foundation for her continued relevance in political affairs. Isabella's diplomatic correspondence during this period reflected her evolution into a respected international figure whose opinions carried weight beyond her immediate kingdom. Other royal women sought her advice about political challenges they faced, while male rulers consulted her about matters where her experience and connections provided valuable insights. This correspondence network became both a source of political intelligence and a channel for an official diplomacy that supplemented formal governmental relations. The maintenance of these international correspondence networks required significant investments of time and resources, but the political benefits justified the costs. Isabella's letters provided early warning of political developments that might affect her kingdom, opportunities for informal negotiation that could prevent conflicts from escalating, and channels for cultural exchange that enhanced her kingdom's international reputation. The mediation of international disputes became one of Isabella's particular specialties during her later years. Her reputation for fairness, combined with her extensive knowledge of the personalities and interests involved in various conflicts, made her an effective intermediary who could facilitate negotiations that might otherwise fail. These diplomatic successes enhanced her reputation and provided opportunities for continued political relevance. The skills that made Isabella effective as a diplomatic mediator included her ability to understand multiple perspectives on complex issues, her knowledge of precedents and traditional solutions to similar problems, and her extensive network of relationships that could be mobilized to support negotiated settlements. Her success in this role demonstrated the value of experience and relationship building in diplomatic activities. Isabella's role in arranging marriages for her grandchildren and other young nobles connected to her family required all the skills she had developed over decades of diplomatic negotiation. The complexity of these arrangements, which needed to balance family interests with broader political objectives, provided opportunities for Isabella to demonstrate her continued value to the kingdom's strategic planning. The marriage negotiations that Isabella conducted during this period were often more complex than those she had handled earlier in her career, as they involved not only immediate political benefits but also long-term strategic planning for the next generation. Her ability to envision how current alliances might influence future political developments made her counsel particularly valuable for these negotiations. The management of Isabella's religious patronage during this period reflected her growing concern with spiritual preparation for death while also maintaining her political influence. The institutions she supported and the religious activities she sponsored served both personal and political purposes, providing spiritual comfort while also maintaining networks of support and obligation that could benefit her family and kingdom. The religious projects that Isabella undertook during her later years often focused on institutions that would continue her influence after her death, such as monasteries that would pray for her soul while also serving as centers of learning and culture. The careful selection of these projects reflected her understanding of how religious activities could serve both spiritual and temporal objectives. Her cultural patronage evolved during this period to focus more on projects with lasting significance, as Isabella became increasingly concerned with creating a legacy that would outlive her personal involvement. The scholars, artists, and institutions she supported were chosen partly for their potential to preserve and enhance her reputation for generations to come. The cultural projects that Isabella sponsored during her final years included historical chronicles that would record her achievements, artistic works that would preserve her image for posterity, and educational institutions that would continue the intellectual traditions she had fostered. These activities represented investments in her historical reputation as well as contributions to the cultural development of her kingdom. Managing land and economic resources as a widow. The financial management that had always been crucial to Isabella's political effectiveness became even more important during her years as Queen Dowager. The reduction in her formal income that typically accompanied widowhood meant that careful administration of her remaining resources was essential for maintaining the level of activity and influence she desired. Isabella's success as a landowner during this period demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of economics and administration she had developed over decades of managing royal properties. The revenues from her estates needed to support not only her personal household but also her charitable activities, cultural patronage, and the political networking that maintained her influence. The challenge was achieving these multiple objectives while also preserving the capital value of her holdings for potential transfer to her heirs. The agricultural management of Isabella's estates required attention to changing economic conditions, technological innovations, and political developments that could affect productivity and profitability. The medieval economy was subject to significant fluctuations based on weather patterns, warfare, disease outbreaks, and international trade disruptions, all of which could dramatically impact the revenues available to support Isabella's activities. The development of new agricultural techniques, the introduction of improved crop varieties, and the implementation of more efficient farming methods became important concerns for Isabella as she sought to maximize the productivity of her estates. Her investments in agricultural improvement demonstrated both economic sophistication and concern for the long-term sustainability of her economic foundation. The commercial activities associated with Isabella's landholdings provided opportunities for both profit and political influence. The granting of market privileges, the establishment of trading relationships, and the development of commercial infrastructure created networks of obligation and mutual benefit that extended Isabella's influence throughout the economic life of her territories. The management of Isabella's commercial interests required understanding of complex market relationships, currency fluctuations, and trade regulations that affected the profitability of different economic activities. Her success in these commercial ventures demonstrated capabilities that went well beyond traditional expectations for medieval women, while also providing the financial foundation for her continued political activities. The management of Isabella's urban properties required different skills from rural estate administration, as towns and cities presented unique challenges related to governance, taxation, and commercial regulation. The successful administration of these properties required understanding of urban politics, commercial law, and the complex relationships between royal authority and municipal independence. Isabella's involvement in urban governance through her property interests provided opportunities for political influence that extended beyond her rural estates. The support she could provide to urban development projects, commercial initiatives, and municipal institutions created relationships with merchant communities and urban populations that complemented her traditional noble support base. Isabella's involvement in international trade, both as a landowner and as a political figure, provided both economic benefits and diplomatic opportunities. The commercial relationships that developed through her business activities created informal channels for communication and negotiation that complemented her official diplomatic correspondence. The management of international trading relationships required Isabella to understand not only commercial considerations but also the political implications of economic activities that cross kingdom boundaries. Her success in balancing commercial profits with political objectives demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of the interconnections between economics and politics that characterized successful medieval rulers. The financial planning that became increasingly important as Isabella aged required consideration of how her resources would be distributed after her death and how her economic legacy would support the political objectives she hoped to achieve. The complex legal and practical arrangements needed to ensure that her wealth would be used effectively by her as required careful consultation with legal experts and trusted advisors. Grandmother, family matriarch, and dynasty builder. The arrival of grandchildren brought new dimensions to Isabella's role within the royal family and provided fresh opportunities for political influence. Medieval grandmothers, particularly those with the status and resources of a queen dowager, could play crucial roles in the education and political preparation of the next generation, while also serving as mediators in family conflicts and guardians of dynastic traditions. Isabella's involvement in her grandchildren's education reflected both her personal affection for these young family members and her understanding of their potential political importance. The knowledge and skill she had accumulated over decades of political activity provided valuable lessons for children who would someday face similar challenges. Her direct involvement in their education ensured that they would understand not just the formal requirements of their potential roles, but also the practical skills needed for political survival. The educational programs that Isabella designed for her grandchildren reflected her understanding of how medieval political realities were changing and what skills would be needed for future success. Her emphasis on linguistic abilities, cultural sophistication, and diplomatic skills prepared them for a world in which political authority would increasingly depend on personal capabilities rather than simply inherited status. The role of family mediator that Isabella often played during this period required her to balance competing interests and personalities within the extended royal family. The potential for conflict between different branches of the family, different generations, and different political factions created constant challenges that could threaten the stability of the dynasty if not managed effectively. Isabella's success as a family mediator depended on her ability to understand the perspectives and motivations of different family members while also maintaining focus on the long-term interests of the dynasty as a whole. Her diplomatic skills, developed through decades of political negotiation, proved invaluable for managing family relationships that were often more complex and emotionally charged than formal political disputes. Isabella's influence on marriage negotiations for her grandchildren provided opportunities to shape the next generation's political alliances while also advancing her own strategic objectives. Her extensive knowledge of potential marriage partners, her understanding of international political relationships, and her reputation for wise counsel made her an invaluable participant in these crucial negotiations. The marriage alliances that Isabella helped to arrange for her grandchildren represented investments in the family's political future that would influence diplomatic relationships for generations to come. Her ability to envision long-term political developments and to identify marriage partners who would advance the family's strategic objectives demonstrated the sophisticated political thinking that had characterized her entire career. The preservation of family traditions and the transmission of political knowledge became increasingly important concerns for Isabella as she considered her legacy. The stories, customs, and practical wisdom that she wanted to pass on to future generations needed to be carefully documented and taught to ensure that her accumulated knowledge would not be lost. The creation of family chronicles, the compilation of genealogical records, and the documentation of political precedents became important activities for Isabella during her later years. These projects served both practical and symbolic purposes, providing future generations with the information they would need while also establishing Isabella's role as the keeper of family memory and tradition. Isabella's relationship with her daughters-in-law and other women who had married into the royal family required ongoing attention to prevent conflicts that could damage family unity. The potential for tension between women of different generations and backgrounds was always present, but Isabella's diplomatic skills and understanding of family dynamics could help maintain harmony and mutual support. The management of relationships with daughters-in-law was particularly challenging because these women occupied positions that Isabella had once held, while also bringing their own family connections and political objectives into the royal household. Isabella's success in building positive relationships with these women demonstrated her ability to adapt to changing family dynamics while maintaining her own influence and authority. Cultural and religious legacy. The cultural and religious activities that characterized Isabella's entire adult life took on new significance during her final years as she became increasingly concerned with creating a lasting legacy. The institutions she had supported, the artists she had patronized, and the religious foundations she had established would continue her influence long after her death. Isabella's patronage of educational institutions during this period reflected her understanding of the long-term benefits of promoting learning and scholarship. The schools, libraries, and centers of learning that benefited from her support would influence the intellectual development of future generations while also preserving her memory as a promoter of knowledge and culture. The educational institutions that Isabella founded or supported during her later years were carefully designed to serve multiple purposes. They provided practical education for the children of noble families, creating bonds of gratitude that could benefit her family's political interests. They also served as centers for the production and preservation of written materials that would influence political and cultural development for generations to come. The curriculum and focus of the educational programs that Isabella supported reflected her understanding of what knowledge and skills would be most valuable for future political leaders. Her emphasis on languages, diplomatic skills, and cultural sophistication prepared students for the complex international environment that characterized medieval political life. The religious foundations that Isabella established or expanded during her later years served both spiritual and political purposes. These institutions provided opportunities for prayer and spiritual devotion while also creating networks of obligation and support that could benefit her family and kingdom. The careful selection of religious projects reflected Isabella's understanding of how spiritual activities could advance temporal objectives. The monasteries and convents that benefited from Isabella's patronage became centers of learning and culture as well as spiritual devotion. The libraries they maintained, the scholars they supported, and the educational programs they offered contributed to the intellectual development of medieval society while also preserving Isabella's memory as a patron of learning and piety. Isabella's involvement in artistic patronage during this period focused increasingly on projects with lasting significance and broad cultural impact. The commissioning of important architectural projects, the support of significant artistic endeavors, and the promotion of literary works all contributed to a cultural legacy that would enhance her historical reputation. The artistic projects that Isabella sponsored during her final years included illuminated manuscripts that would preserve important texts for future generations, architectural works that would serve as lasting monuments to her reign, and decorative objects that would demonstrate the cultural sophistication achieved under her patronage. These artistic investments represented both personal expressions and political statements about the values and achievements of her reign. The preservation of historical records and the documentation of important events became priorities for Isabella as she recognized the importance of controlling how her story would be told by future generations. The chronicles, documents, and artistic works that recorded her achievements would influence how historians and political theorists understood her contributions to medieval queenship. The historical projects that Isabella supported during her later years included the compilation of family genealogies, the documentation of political precedents, and the creation of chronicles that recorded the major events of her lifetime. These activities ensured that future generations would have access to accurate information about her achievements, while also establishing her version of events for historical posterity. Isabella's charitable activities during this period reflected both her personal concern for spiritual preparation and her understanding of how charitable work could enhance her political reputation. The support she provided to hospitals, orphanages, and other institutions caring for the needy demonstrated the queenly virtues of compassion and generosity that were considered essential for legitimate royal authority. The charitable institutions that Isabella established or supported became permanent monuments to her concern for the welfare of her subjects, while also providing practical benefits that enhanced her family's political standing. The hospitals that treated the sick, the orphanages that cared for abandoned children, and the programs that provided assistance to the poor all contributed to social stability while also demonstrating royal virtue. Final years, death, and immediate aftermath. As Isabella entered her final years, the challenges of declining health, reduced political influence, and preparation for death required her to make difficult decisions about how to spend her remaining time and resources. The management of these final years would determine how she would be remembered and what legacy she would leave for future generations. The physical limitations imposed by advancing age and declining health gradually reduced Isabella's ability to participate actively in the political life of the kingdom. The acceptance of these limitations while maintaining as much influence as possible required careful judgment about which activities were most important and which could be safely delegated to others. Isabella's adaptation to declining health demonstrated the same strategic thinking that had characterized her entire political career. Rather than attempting to maintain all her previous activities, she focused on those areas where her experience and relationships provided unique value while gradually transferring other responsibilities to trusted associates and family members. The management of Isabella's final years required careful attention to both her physical comfort and her political objectives. The medical care she received represented the best available medieval treatments, while the political activities she continued reflected her understanding of how to maintain influence even with reduced physical capabilities. Isabella's spiritual preparation for death involved increased religious devotion and attention to the state of her soul. Medieval Christianity placed great emphasis on proper preparation for death, and Isabella's status as a public figure meant that her religious observances would be closely watched and would influence how she was remembered after death. The religious activities that occupied Isabella's final years included increased participation in religious services, extensive charitable giving, and the establishment of foundations that would continue to pray for her soul after her death. These spiritual preparations served both personal and political purposes, providing comfort while also demonstrating the piety that medieval people expected from their rulers. The practical arrangements that Isabella made for the disposition of her property and the continuation of her charitable and cultural activities reflected her understanding of how these decisions would affect her legacy. The careful distribution of her wealth among family members, religious institutions, and charitable causes required complex legal arrangements and careful consideration of the political implications of different choices. The will that Isabella prepared during her final years represented both a legal document and a political statement. The bequest she made, the institution she supported, and the arrangements she established for ongoing activities all reflected her values and priorities while also providing for the continuation of her influence after her death. Isabella's final political activities focused on securing the future of her family and ensuring the continuation of the political relationship she had spent decades building. The advice she provided to her children and grandchildren, the letters she wrote to political allies, and the arrangements she made for ongoing diplomatic correspondence all reflected her concern for maintaining her family's political position after her death. The political testament that Isabella created during her final years included not only formal documents but also the accumulated wisdom she passed on to her successors. The lessons she taught about political survival, diplomatic negotiation, and the exercise of queenly authority would influence how future generations of royal women understood their roles and opportunities. The preparation of her tomb and the planning of her funeral became important political activities that would influence how Isabella was remembered by future generations. The location, design, and decoration of her final resting place would communicate messages about her importance and achievements while also providing opportunities for her family to demonstrate their continued respect for her memory. Isabella's death, when it finally came, marked the end of an era in medieval queenship. The skills she had developed, the precedent she had established, and the networks she had built would influence how future queens understood their roles and exercised their authority. Her life had demonstrated both the possibilities and limitations of female political power in medieval society. The immediate aftermath of Isabella's death involved complex ceremonial and political activities that would establish how her memory would be preserved and honored. The funeral arrangements, the distribution of her property, and the continuation of her various projects all require careful management to ensure that her legacy would be preserved and her family's interests protected. Legacy and historical significance. Isabella's legacy as a medieval queen extended far beyond her personal achievements to influence the broader development of queenship as an institution and the understanding of women's potential for political leadership. Her successful navigation of the challenges facing medieval royal women provided a model that would be studied and emulated by future generations. The documentation of Isabella's political activities and the preservation of her correspondence provided valuable insights into the informal power structures that characterized medieval government. Her letters, the records of her land management, and the accounts of her diplomatic activities revealed the complex networks of relationship and obligation that actually governed medieval political life, often operating parallel to or in conflict with official governmental structures. Isabella's innovations in queenly behavior and political strategy became precedents that expanded the possibilities available to later medieval queens. A successful combination of traditional feminine virtues with effective political action demonstrated that women could wield significant influence while still maintaining the appearance of appropriate gender behavior that medieval society demanded. The historical significance of Isabella's reign was recognized by contemporary chroniclers and later historians who documented her achievements and analyzed her contributions to medieval political development. The chronicles that recorded her activities, the letters that preserved her thoughts and strategies, and the institutional records that documented her administrative capabilities all contributed to a historical legacy that would influence scholarly understanding of medieval queenship. The educational and cultural institutions that Isabella supported continued her influence for generations after her death. The scholars who benefited from her patronage, the books that were copied in scriptoriums she supported, and the architectural projects she commissioned all contributed to the intellectual and artistic development of medieval culture while preserving her memory as a promoter of learning and refinement. Isabella's economic legacy, through her successful management of landed estates and commercial enterprises, demonstrated that women could be effective administrators and business leaders. Her innovations in estate management, her success in international trade, and her ability to generate revenue through careful resource management provided models that would be studied by later generations of noble women seeking to maintain their economic independence. The diplomatic networks that Isabella had built during her lifetime continued to function after her death, providing channels for communication and negotiation that benefited her family and kingdom for decades. The relationships she had cultivated with other royal women, the alliances she had helped to arrange, and the informal understanding she had developed with political leaders across Europe all contributed to a diplomatic legacy that outlasted her personal involvement. Lessons for understanding medieval women's lives. Isabella's life story provides crucial insights into the realities of medieval women's experience that go far beyond the traditional narratives of either complete powerlessness or exceptional individual achievement. Her experiences demonstrate the complex ways in which medieval women navigated systems designed to limit their authority while finding opportunities for meaningful influence and self-determination. The careful balance Isabella maintained between conformity to gender expectations and the exercise of real political power illustrates the sophisticated strategies that medieval women developed for achieving their objectives within constraining social systems. Her success was not based on rejecting feminine roles, but rather on using them as platforms for activities that went far beyond traditional limitations. Isabella's reliance on networks of relationship and informal influence rather than direct authority reflects the broader patterns of female political participation throughout medieval society. Her methods for achieving political objectives provide insights into how women at various social levels might have exercised agency and influence even when formal power structures excluded them. The evolution of Isabella's role throughout her lifetime demonstrates the ways in which medieval women's opportunities and constraints changed as they moved through different life stages. Her experiences as daughter, wife, mother, and widow illustrate how the possibilities for female agency varied with age, marital status, and family circumstances, while also showing how women could actively shape these transitions to maximize their influence. Documentation of Isabella's activities provides evidence for the crucial but often invisible contributions that medieval women made to political, economic, and cultural life. Her land management, diplomatic correspondence, and cultural patronage reveal the extensive networks of female activity that supported and influenced the more visible activities of male political leaders. Isabella's story also illustrates the particular challenges and opportunities that faced women in positions of exceptional privilege and responsibility. While her royal status provided resources and opportunities that were unavailable to most medieval women, it also created pressures and constraints that were unique to her position. Her experiences reveal both the possibilities and limitations of medieval queenship as a form of female political participation. Conclusion: the art of medieval queenship. As we reach the end of Isabella's remarkable journey from protected infant to influential Queen Dowager, we can see how her life exemplifies both the possibilities and constraints that define medieval women's experience. Her story is not one of simple triumph or tragic limitation, but rather a complex narrative of adaptation, strategic thinking, and the careful cultivation of influence within systems designed to restrict female authority. Isabella's success as a medieval queen was built on her understanding that real power often operated through informal channels, personal relationships, and cultural influence rather than through direct political authority. Her mastery of these indirect forms of power allowed her to achieve significant political objectives while maintaining the appearance of appropriate feminine behavior that medieval society demanded. The skills that Isabella developed over her lifetime, from linguistic expertise and cultural sophistication to diplomatic negotiation and economic management, demonstrate the high level of competence that medieval queenship required. Far from being merely decorative figures, successful medieval queens needed to be accomplished politicians, skilled administrators, and sophisticated cultural leaders who could operate effectively in an international arena. Isabella's legacy extends beyond her personal achievements to encompass the precedent she established and the model she provided for later generations of royal women. Her successful navigation of the challenges facing medieval queens expanded the possibilities available to her successors, while also demonstrating the potential for female political leadership within medieval governmental systems. Perhaps most importantly, Isabella's story reminds us that medieval women were not passive victims of oppressive systems, but rather active agents who found creative ways to exercise influence, protect their interests, and shape the world around them. Her life illustrates the resilience, intelligence, and strategic thinking that enabled medieval women to survive and even thrive in challenging circumstances. The transformation we have witnessed, from the vulnerable infant princess of our first chapter to the formidable Queen Dowager of our conclusion, represents more than just individual growth and achievement. It reflects the broader possibilities that existed for medieval women who possessed the resources, skills, and determination necessary to maximize their opportunities for influence and self-determination. Isabella's story also serves as a reminder of the cost associated with medieval women's pursuit of power and influence. Her success required constant vigilance, sophisticated political skills, and the willingness to subordinate personal desires to political necessities. The art of medieval queenship was not just about achieving influence, but about maintaining it in the face of constant challenges and threats. As we conclude our exploration of Isabella's life, we are left with a deeper understanding of the complex realities of medieval women's experience and the sophisticated strategies they developed for navigating systems that offered both opportunities and constraints. Her story provides valuable insights not just into the history of medieval queenship, but into the broader questions of how individuals adapt to and influence the social and political systems within which they must operate. The legacy of Isabella's life extends far beyond the medieval period to inform our understanding of how women throughout history have found ways to exercise agency and influence within constraining circumstances. Her strategies for building networks, exercising influence, and creating lasting legacies provide models that remain relevant for understanding women's political participation in various historical and cultural contexts. In the end, Isabella's survival and success as a medieval princess and queen were not the result of exceptional circumstances or extraordinary luck, but rather the product of careful preparation, strategic thinking, and the skillful application of intelligence and determination to the challenges of medieval political life. Her story demonstrates that even within systems designed to limit women's authority, those who possessed the necessary skills and resources could find ways to exercise meaningful influence and create lasting legacies. The young girl who began her life as a political asset to be traded for a diplomatic advantage had become, through her own efforts and abilities, a political force whose influence extended across generations and whose legacy would continue to shape the understanding of medieval queenship long after her death. This transformation represents not just individual achievement, but also the broader possibilities that existed for medieval women who possessed the courage, intelligence, and skill necessary to transcend the limitations imposed by their society while still operating successfully within its constraints. From her first breath as a carefully monitored royal infant to her final moments as a revered queen dowager, Isabella's life demonstrates that surviving as a medieval princess required far more than simply enduring the constraints placed upon women. It demanded the development of sophisticated political skills, the cultivation of extensive networks of support and obligation, and the constant adaptation to changing circumstances while never losing sight of long-term objectives. Her story stands as a testament to the resilience, intelligence, and strategic capability of medieval women, while also providing insights into the complex realities of power, politics, and survival in one of history's most challenging and fascinating periods. Isabella's legacy continues to inspire and inform our understanding of how individuals, regardless of the constraints they face, can find ways to exercise agency, create meaning, and leave lasting impacts on the world around them. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the life of Princess Isabella. Her story of survival, adaptation, and triumph in the medieval world shows us that even in the most challenging circumstances, intelligence, determination, and strategic thinking can overcome seemingly impossible odds. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit that notification bell. We'll be back soon with another fascinating medieval story that will transport you to the courts, castles, and kingdoms of the past. Until next time, keep exploring the incredible lives of those who shaped our history. ****